Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. This is a fantastic method of painting where we use a wet-on-wet technique. And before I go far into the show, I'd like to take a few minutes and make a dedication. I would like to dedicate this show to my beloved friend and teacher, whom we've all watched and loved for many years on public television, Bill Alexander. And years ago, Bill taught me this fantastic technique, and I feel as though he gave me a precious gift, and I'd like to share that gift with you. So before we start, let's talk a minute about the equipment that we'll be using here. We're using a stretch canvas rather than a canvas board. The canvas board will absorb your underpaint very rapidly and become dry. You need a strong easel because we use a lot of pressure here, and you need an easel that would grip the canvas and hold it securely. The palette that we use a large palette that has a lot of working area in it. And I'm going to go over each of the colors that we use here, and they'll be flashed across the screen. So if you need to write them down, you can pick them up off the screen as I talk about them. So here we go. Let's start right up here with titanium white, phthalo green, phthalo blue, Prussian blue, burnt umber, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, sap green, cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and permanent red. Now these 12 colors we'll use every week. So if you want to have your palette ready, these are the colors that we'll use. Also, each week we'll run the colors across the screen, so in case you didn't get all of these, you can pick them up the next time. The brushes that we use, these are natural bristle brushes. I'm using a 2.5 inch and a 1 inch brush. Also, we use an almighty palette knife, a very big palette knife. And this palette knife, unlike traditional palette knives, is very firm. It's very big. So we can do almighty things very rapidly here. So let's do it. Let's paint an almighty picture right here. I'm going to start by dipping the brush into a little bit of magic white. Now, this makes the canvas wet, it makes it slick, it allows the paint to blend in here. You actually blend the painting on the canvas. So all we do here is cover the entire canvas with a thin layer of the magic white. All right. Probably the biggest mistake made when you first start is applying too much magic white. All we want is just a nice, thin, even coat. And when you're using large brushes, this only takes a couple of minutes, so no problem. Here we go. Look at there, already we're almost complete. There. Okay, now just work it back and forth and up and down to get a nice even distribution of color. Okay, we just about got this canvas covered with the magic white. Now, another big problem that we run into continually is washing the brushes. Now, I'm going to wash the brush, and we wash it with odorless paint thinner. And I strongly suggest that you use odorless, or you'll run everybody in the house out in the yard. You'll be there by yourself. Now, we shake the brush into a box, and then beat the bristles dry. Now, if you do this at home, this is a quick way to redecorate your living room in a second. So be careful. Learn how to contain this. Alrighty, let's do a simple little picture today that'll just give you an idea of how this fantastic technique works. So I'm going to start here with a little bit of Prussian blue. And we pull a small amount of paint out and beat it into the bristles. Really work this paint into the bristles. You're looking for a nice even distribution of color throughout the bristles. And we'll start right up here at the top, and we just make little X's, little crisscross pattern. Come all the way across the top. There we go. Now your brush is picking up the magic white, and automatically the sky is going to get lighter in value as it works toward the horizon. There. Okay. Now see how easy that was? Okay. And very gently, we'll just blend this out. Now it's very easy to make a sky darker, but it's a son of a gun to make it lighter. If you want to make it a little darker, all you do is add a little more blue, a little more blue. This stuff is really strong. and go right back through the same procedure. You can darken this guy very easily. All right. Now, another thing it seems to give us a lot of problems is almighty clouds. So let's spend a second here and make us a cloud. And here we'll use the fan brush. And I'm going to take the fan brush and load it full of titanium white paint. Load it full. A lot of paint in the bristles. Okay, now, we'll go up here and decide where we want a happy little cloud to float around. And you touch the canvas and just make little tiny circles. Just work it, work it, work it. Do it rapidly. Push hard and get away from it. Don't keep working the same area. All you'll have is a big cotton ball up in the sky. Okay, maybe we'll put another little cloud right over here, just to show you how to make these little clouds. Okay, now, with a large brush, we want to very gently blend this out on the bottom down here, but without touching the top at all. So very gently, just the bottom. Just blend it a little bit. Little tiny circles. There we go. Now over here, we'll blend this one a little. Now we'll fluff it, and we're just going to gently lift upward. And don't worry if you get some of these little things up in the sky. Okay. Now very gently, we'll hypnotize that. There we go. These are very simple, very basic little clouds, and very easy to do. Now if your brush sheds like it just did here and you get a hair on you, just take the corner of your brush and lift it off. Don't spend all day trying to pick it off. You'll have fingerprints all over your painting. Just use a corner of your brush. All right. Let's now make an almighty mountain. Everybody likes mountains, no matter if you live in Florida or Alaska. Mountains are still pretty. I'm going to take a little bit of the Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, and a little touch of crimson. Very little crimson. And we'll mix that up real good. Now, all you need to do here is push this almighty knife right into the canvas. Just push. You're really pushing the paint right into the fabric. There. And all we're looking for is just a basic outline for this mountain. And you may have noticed by now, we use no patterns, we do no sketching. We let this flow right out of our heart onto the canvas. There. Now with a large brush, I'm just going to pull this down. One thing about mountains when you're painting them, they should always be more distinct at the top than they are at the bottom. Because at the bottom of the mountain we have mist and now we have pollution. All of these things diffuse and break up light and create the mist at the bottom of the mountain. So once again, we allow the magic white to mix with the paint, and this happens automatically. We don't have to worry about it or think about it. Let it happen. All right. Let's put some snow on this almighty mountain. We'll use a little of the titanium white, and we're going to start right up here on this peak. Just let this paint flow right down the mountain. And you want the paint to break like this, so it creates all the little rocks and stones and highlights and shadows in your mountain. There. Now, light's going to strike right along this peak also. And maybe just a little touch back in here. Now let's build some shadows. And we'll just use a little bit of the Prussian blue and white. Maybe a touch more. There we go. Now the shadows will run in the opposite direction. We'll start here and just let the shadows run right across like this. There comes a shadow. Okay, we'll put one back here. And we've decided this peak is behind the mountain. So all we do is take this shadow and bring it right through. And automatically, you've just pushed a mountain around. On this canvas, you're the creator. Anything that you want, you can build here. This is your world. Your dreams come real here. All right. There. Now, Maybe we'll add just a couple of more little peaks in here. Maybe there's a happy little peak right here. We put the highlight in first, and then we give him his own private little shadow right there. Now, this is a very basic, simple little mountain, and as the series progresses, we'll do some that are a little more complicated if this is too easy for you. There we go. Okay. Now, as we had talked about earlier, we always want it to be more distinct on the top than it is on the bottom. So, using the large brush here, I'm going to very gently tap the bottom of the mountain. I'm tapping. All I want to do is diffuse. I don't want to destroy it. There we go. Always following the angles. Now, very gently, lift upward using the brush flat. Look at that. Look at that mist. See, I knew you could do it. All right. I think it's time we had some fun now. Let's get over here into the sap green and just load this brush full of paint. Just put a lot of paint into the brush. Just really work it into the bristles. And we're going to go right along here and touch and push. Just push. Just like so. Now, this is where you need the almighty easel because you're really pushing hard here. You're pushing the paint right into the fabric. Okay, there we go. Just push it in. This is just straight sap green. And you're bending the bristles. Most important that you bend the bristles. There. Okay. Now I'm going to go into just a tiny bit of Prussian blue. And we'll darken the front here. As things get closer to you in the landscape, they should get darker in value. All right. You know, while I'm doing that, one of the most interesting things that we see as we run across the country teaching this fantastic method is people continually say, I can't draw a straight line. I don't have the talent, Bob, to do what you're doing. That's baloney. Talent is a pursued interest. In other words, anything that you're willing to practice, you can do. And this is no exception. But it's like driving the car. At first, it's a little difficult. You have to learn how to make your hands and your foot work together. Same thing, and that's what we're trying to teach you here, is the technique. Once you have the technique down, all you need is a dream in your heart and a desire to put it on canvas. Okay, now, let's go back here in the background a little bit, and we'll mix up some blue. This is Prussian blue, brown, Van Dyke brown in about equal parts, and sap green. All three of these are in about equal parts. And it should look very dark. It should look black on your palette. Okay. Now with a fan brush here, we'll make let's make some little evergreens back here in front of this almighty mountain. And there's many, many ways to make them, and we'll try to show you a bunch of ways during this series. Okay, we load the fan brush full of paint and decide where you want your tree to be. You touch the canvas. Turn the brush sideways and just begin building a tree, back and forth. Isn't that easy? Look at there. And trees get lonely too. They need a little friend, so we'll give him a friend right here. There. And you know, sometimes you don't want to have a bunch of distinct trees. You just want indications of trees. So watch right here. This is the way to make indications. All we're doing is touching. Just touching. And this looks like little trees when the painting's finished. It is they're way back in the background. And maybe over here. Just drop these in. This is such a free style of painting. There. And maybe there's some here that are a little closer. And we'll just drop them in. Let them just fall right off your fan brush. There we go. There we go. Okay, we'll put a little more dark in here. You need dark in order to show light, so here I'm just applying a little dark color. Now, another golden rule that you need to remember here. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I'm adding just a touch of magic white on my brush here to go through this thicker paint. And this will make it a little bit thinner so it'll stick on top of the thick paint. This is why we're able to paint wet on wet. Okay, now let's put some happy little things happening back in here. Just some little bushes and stuff. Here they come, down the hill. Just let them progress. There we go. There, look at all them little rascals. Okay, with the knife here, I'm just using the point. Now scratch a few little trunks here and there. See, already it looks like we have a multitude of trees and stuff back here. Okay, now let's move a little forward in the painting. And I'm going to come right about here. There we go. And we'll drop a bigger tree in here. There he goes. There he is. There. These little trees live in your fan brush and you have to scare them out sometime. See, I knew you could do it. Just let that come right on down. But here's some trees on the other side over here too. Let's put an almighty tree right here. We're having such a lot of fun doing these trees. We might as well just keep going with them. Okay, and by now you're probably saying, hey, can he do anything but evergreens? All right, let's do some different types of trees. And we'll take a 1-inch brush and load some of the same color on it here. And let's put in some leafy trees. There we go. Just push them right off your brush. Bend the bristles. Most important that you bend the bristles. So you get all the actions that happen there. And maybe over here, a nice little tree. There. There we go. Now, let's put a little trunk in here. I'll use a little bit of burnt umber. And let's just lay some happy little trunks. Okay, and the little evergreen trees, just here and there. There we go. And we need a trunk in this big old tree over here. Like so. One in there. You can also take just the point of your knife and scratch right through the paint and put all kinds of little indications in here. All right. A little more of the thin paint to thin this down. And we'll put some happy little highlights on there. Maybe we'll say this looks like fall, so let's use some bright colors here. And they show up good on your set at home. Look at that son of a gun. Okay, now. There we go. All right, now, down in the bottom down here, we need some nice little bushes that are happening. One thing to be very careful of, don't kill all your dark areas. If you kill them, your painting becomes very flat. There we go. And maybe there's a happy little bush right here. And a big old one here, big tree here. A little something underneath here, just to give it a little more depth. There we go. Now, we'll cut a few more little sticks and twigs here and there. And this helps create depth in the painting. It shows different planes, and the more planes you can show, the deeper the painting will be. So we'll just cut a few of them in here. You know, it's interesting. I was doing this painting one time at a mall, And I had a man come along and he says, you know, I've been to that location. He says, except it had a little pond right here. He says, if it had a little pond there, I'd buy that painting from you. So I told him, I said, you start writing the check, and by the time the check's done, you'll have a little pond. So watch right here. Let's see what happens. All you do is take this almighty brush and pull down. And we'll create a little pond right there. It's that easy. There we go. And I'm going to take a little bit of Prussian blue just to make this pond a little bit deeper. I want to have enough room for the trout to live in here. Just a little bit deeper. This is one thing that's so fantastic about this style of painting. Right in midstream, you can change your mind. You can completely change a painting in just a second. And here I'm just pulling across to make it look like water. Isn't that something? Now we'll take just a tiny bit of the magic white and we'll put a little water line in here. There, just act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. And let's take, and I sort of wiped out a couple of these little bushes here, so let's just put them back in. Maybe on each side there we have some nice little bushes. Okay, now I'm going to add just a tiny bit of the Van Dyke brown and the burnt umber to this magic white to make it, it's a very, very thin paint. And with that, we'll just take and pull down here a little bit and make us a nice little bank here. Just some ground for the bushes and trees here to sit on. Don't want them to fall off in the water and make a big splash. That'd disturb that old trout that lives in there. There. Now maybe highlight it with just a tiny bit of white. And this is a very, very gentle touch, just enough to get the paint to come off the knife. There we go. Isn't that something? Now, with just a little touch more magic white, we'll put a little water line on into here. There it is. Just enough to separate this. There. A few more little sticks here and there, just to break it up. Maybe there's some little grassy things that sort of work down onto the bank here. Just here and there. Over here more to be some. Now, what happens if you change your mind again? Son of a gun. Let's change it again. I'm going to take the big brush and go right back into this dark color and begin pushing. Like so. And we'll just add another plane to this painting and make it even deeper. Just push this dark in there. Once again, we need the dark in order to show the light. Okay, now we got our dark in there. Now we can highlight it. A little more of the thin white here so we can thin this down and it sticks nice and easy. We use a little yellow ochre mixed with a little cad yellow and mix it on your brush. That way you get a multitude of things that happen. Maybe a little of the permanent red. Let's put, ooh, there's a little fireball. That's a nice one. And right on down through like so. And just let these flow with the lay of the land. And put all kind of little, look at all those little grassy things. There they go. Just as easy. Okay, now we'll just cut a few little sticks here and there. There we are. Now, you know, one of the hardest things to do when you're painting is to know when in the world to stop. It's such a temptation just to add one more stick or one more tree. And there comes a time when you have to stop or you piddle it to death. So I think we're going to stop on that one. Show you how to sign a painting. This is something that gives people a lot of trouble. And I'm going to dip, this is a number 2 script liner. And I'm going to dip it into a little bit of thin oil. And then use the liner brush and make the paint so it's like water. Very, very thin. Then it'll flow right on top of there. And turn this brush, twist it. That brings it to a nice, firm, sharp point. Okay? Now, let's sign it right here. And all we do is touch and just let this paint flow right off this little liner brush. There we go. And luckily, I have a very simple name. It's easy to spell, and it only takes a second to sign a painting. Now, next week, I hope you have your canvas on your easel and you're all ready to go with us. And we'll be doing a white canvas next week. During the series, we're going to do numerous different things. There will be several paintings that we do on a black canvas. Oh, there'll be some that you won't believe. But next week, have a white canvas ready. You have the colors, and we'll be looking for you here. And until then, from all of us here, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting and God bless. Welcome back. You ready to do a fantastic picture with me? You've got your palette ready, your easel set up, big glass of tea right beside you. All right. We're going to run the colors across the screen in case you didn't get them last week, and just let you see all the colors that we use on each series here. So today I thought we'd do a picture that, let's do something that's got some snow and ice in it, and do something that's quite cold. And this is a fun little picture to do. I think you'll enjoy it very much. And we're going to use this almighty brush a lot today. We'll take it and I'll show you how to work with it. So let's start out, and we'll take just a little bit. Let's use a little bit of Indian yellow, just a tiny little touch, right on the corner of the big brush. And let's put a sun in the sky. I like to do those. Very gently, make a little circle here, just like so. There we go. Now, I'm going to use the other corner of the brush and go into just a small amount of permanent red. Small amount. This stuff is unbelievably strong, so. Now, I have yellow on one side of the brush and red on the other. And making little X's here. And we got the red on the outside and the yellow on the inside. There we go. Just working around. Just like so. A little touch more of the permanent red. Just bring this right up together here. There we go. Looks like an egg got cooked the other day. It's a good thing I took up painting instead of cooking, because my eggs don't come out too well. All right, now I'm going to go into a little bit of Prussian blue, a tiny bit of Prussian blue, and Van Dyke brown, and just mix them on the brush. You don't have to worry about mixing them all up on the palette. Just mix them on the brush. And go all the way out to the farthest edge. And we'll be still using these little X's. We begin filling this in. There. As we get farther and farther away from the sun, we want it to get darker and darker. So just bring that right on out. There. Okay, now I'll clean the big brush. Once again, we clean the brushes with odorless paint thinner. And shake him off a little. That's the most fun of painting. All right, now we're going to take here and just begin blending all this together. Just blend it, working from the lightest color outward always. Just bring it together. And here we use quite a bit of pressure on the canvas. We're pushing this color into the canvas and blending it together. All right. Now, remember not to take this dirty brush after you've hit this gray and come back into the center. Always work outward. Just bring it together. You don't want to be able to tell where one color stops and the other one starts. Okay, nice even distribution of color. And very gently, I'll just go all the way across. bring it all together. Now, let's build a happy little sun in the sky. And we'll do that using a 1-inch brush and titanium white. And let's load a lot of paint into the bristles here. There. Now, go right into the center of this yellow color, push very hard, and turn the brush. We're literally pushing this paint right into the canvas, right into the fabric. There. And we can clean the brush. Okay. Now with the knife, we're going to take off the excess paint so we can blend it together. Zoop. That's all there is to it. Now with a nice clean dry brush, we can just begin bringing all this together. There. Just blend it. Okay. We just about have a pretty little sky done here already. Now, let's go right in to the alizarin crimson, right into the crimson, and a tiny, tiny little touch of Prussian blue. Now, the Prussian blue is at least 100 times stronger than the crimson. So, tiny bit of Prussian blue, a lot of crimson in comparison. Just a little. There we go. Load this brush full of paint. Now we're going to put some basic tree shapes in there. So let's go right up here to the canvas, and we touch and bend the bristles. And that's what makes all the leaves and stuff happen here. Touch and bend the bristles. Turn the brush in the shape of the tree here. There. Isn't that something? I used to work for weeks to make a tree. And maybe right here. Right there. But you see how hard we're striking the canvas. We really want to push this paint right into the fabric. All right. Maybe there's a little one right there. And when you're doing this at home, don't worry about following exactly what I'm doing. We're really trying to teach you a technique. We're not trying to teach you to copy. So let your imagination be your guide. There. A little more of the alizarin and blue. Oh, right here. I see a big tree. There it is. So you just imagine things in your mind and then put them on canvas. Okay. Now we'll just come right on down here a little. And we'll throw in some nice little areas here. There we go. And over here, maybe there's a little bush right there. Once again, just let your imagination go crazy here and do whatever feels right. All right. And maybe while we have all this color on the brush, let's imagine that there's a little pool of water down here. So just pull straight down. And it's most important that you pull straight down. This is going to end up being the reflections in the water, so pull it straight down. I'm going to add a little tiny bit more blue here. There. Make it a little darker so it looks a little deeper. And the blue will also make it look a little colder. There we go. Now, very gently, come across with the brush. Very gently. Already that looks like water, and you've done virtually nothing. There we go. Okay. Now, let's take the palette knife, and we'll use a little bit of Van Dyke brown here. Just straight Van Dyke brown. And let's put some happy little trunks in here. You touch the canvas and pull it slightly to the side. Just slightly. And create almighty trunks. There we go. Put one right up here. And trees don't always grow straight. Let them bend. Maybe when they were little, a big moose came along and stepped on them and put a little crook in them. Okay, here we go. I refer to moose because I don't know if I've mentioned it, but my home is in Fairbanks, Alaska, so we see a lot of moose and caribou, elk, all those good things. There. If you want to make that one a little wider, I decided it's a little closer, so we'll make him a little bigger. Just make him a little wider. Now I'll use a little bit of the titanium white, and let's highlight these trees. Touch, and just give it a little pull. And when you're doing this, let the knife sort of go around so it gives the appearance of roundness in the tree. There. Just let it come around. Okay, let's go over here and highlight this little tree. Don't want him to get upset because he don't have any highlight. Now, if this is our light source, this tree is going to be highlighted on the opposite side. So we'll just come right here and put a little highlight over here, like so. Okay, while we have this white on our palette, let's take and begin laying in a little bit of snow here. Just lay this in. This is titanium white. There. And a gentle touch. Gentle touch. There we go. And maybe there's some snow all around the water here. Isn't that fantastic? And there's no big secret to this. It's like anything else. You learn the technique, you practice it, and you master it very quickly. There. And we're not really looking for definite shapes right now. All we're doing is just laying a little snow in. Okay. There we go. All right. Now, let's take and begin highlighting all these trees and bushes here. We use a 1-inch brush, and back to our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I've dipped the brush into some magic white, and then I'm going to go through the titanium white. All the magic white does is thin this down so we can get it to stick to the thicker paint that's on the canvas already. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Probably the biggest mistake made when you first start is you're stingy with paint. You got to load a lot of paint in there so you don't have to hit so hard. All you have to do is barely touch the canvas and bend the bristles a little bit. Okay, let's make all these snow-covered little things here. All you do is just barely touch the canvas and just let them bend. There. Look at all of those things. Just touch and let it bend. Here we go. You know, for so many years I was a traditional painter, and I spent weeks trying to paint a picture. Oh, the agony. I remembered. There, let's put some highlights on this little bush right out here. Okay, let's go over to this old big tree here. There. And we'll add just a little bit more of the magic white to thin it. I see it's beginning to pick up the crimson, and it's getting a nice warm pink glow. There we go. A little more paint. There. You got your winter coat out yet? It's going to get colder. Let's put a happy little bush right there. And let these come right down onto the snow. Very important, do not kill all these darker areas, or all you'll have is a canvas that's white, and that's what we started with. Okay, right up here. Look at that. Is it beginning to take shape yet? I really hope you're painting with us at home and enjoying this half as much as we are here. All right. Look there, we have one side almost completed already. And we'll put some little snow-covered bushes right over here. Once again, don't kill all this dark. Do-do-do-do. All right. They just jump right on there. Okay, maybe there's another one right in here. Okay, let's do this great big old tree up here. Thin this paint down just a touch more. And we'll go right up here. Just begin producing thousands of little sparkles up here. Think how long it'd take you with your one-haired brush. Okay. Now, let's take the palette knife, and this is just a clean knife with nothing on it, and just scrape through the paint here and there, just to make some little stems. There we go. All right. And maybe some over in here. You know, it never stops to amaze me as we travel around teaching this method to watch people who have never painted in only a day or two produce a painting that just, they can't believe it. You see them, their eyes light up, they become so excited, and they can do it, and you can do it. All you need to do is pick up a brush and try. Okay, a few little sticks here and there. There's some right there. Now, let's take, so we have some ragged edges along here where I was putting the snow down to the water. So all you do is take your large brush, grab a hold of it, pull it down, let it become part of the reflection. It acts as a highlight in the reflection. If you don't have enough, you can go right into the white with a large brush, touch, and pull down. There we are. Just wherever you want these little highlights in the reflection. And then very gently come across. Just enough to give it a watery feel. You don't want to destroy all this. Okay. Now, let's take a little bit of the magic white. And when you're using this, pull it out very flat and come across. So we can make a very fine line here. Just like so. Just let it go. There we are. Let's bring that snow down just a tiny bit more right here. Just bring him right on down. There. I like these kind of scenes because, well, to be honest, I'm a nature freak. I love to walk through the woods and talk to the animals. Don't tell anybody that. I even talk to trees at times. But you need to understand nature to appreciate the great, great things that have been created. We spend so much of our life walking around looking with never seeing. And if painting teaches you nothing else, it'll teach you to see nature, to appreciate some of the beauty that's around us every day that we take for granted. All right. Maybe we'll have, let's do this. Let's have snow come right down through here. There we go. Zoom. And this should make you happy when you do it. It just should give you good feelings inside. Look at there. Just bring it right on through. Maybe we'll make just a little pool out here that's frozen. So we'll bring something around this way. Just let your imagination be your guide. Let it happen. Let it happen. Believe in yourself. Believe in what you can do. There. Now, we'll take a little bit of the magic white here. Make us a nice little water line. Maybe we'll just do something like that. Ooh, that looks cold. Just some little places there where the snows begin to blow into the water. Maybe right over in here too. Okay. Now we can take a little bit more of the crimson and the Prussian blue And we can throw some little bushes and stuff over in here. Maybe there's one that lives right here. That's one the little bunny rabbit hides behind when he's getting a drink of water. Right there. Okay, and by doing this, you also create another plane in the canvas, so it produces more and more depth. Maybe right there is a good place too. We put the dark in first so our light color will show up on it. A little bit more of the Prussian blue. I want to darken that one a little. There, that's much better. Okay, we'll clean that brush up. A little bit of magic white, a little bit of firm white. And let's add just a tiny, tiny touch of permanent red. Just enough to make it have a little pinkish glow here. Tiny little bit. And we'll come right in here and begin pushing off all these little leaves. Don't kill all your dark. There. All right. There we go. Now, a little bit more. Need a lot of paint on the brush. And we'll come right over in here. There. Just let that run right down the hill. Always follow the lay of the land when you're doing these. You don't want to have the land running this way and your bushes running uphill. Always follow the lay of the land. There we go. Now, right down in here. Okay, now we'll cut a few more little stems in this, just here and there. And don't worry about cutting a hole in the canvas. Canvas is tough. My gosh, they even make tents out of it. It takes many years of using a knife to ever sharpen it enough to have to worry about cutting a hole in the canvas. Now I'm going to take a little bit of Van Dyke brown and a little tiny bit of umber, burnt umber, and mix them together. And maybe in just a couple little places here we'll put a couple little trees. Just the little stems are left. Just here and there, just to break it up a little. And since this is your world, you can do anything in your world that your heart desires. Just let your imagination take you to places that you'd never dreamed you could go. Look at there. Maybe. Let's go right here. Just drop in a little stick or two. Isn't that something? Just some little twigs. There we go. Okay. Now, just smooth this out a little. Just a little bit right in here. Okay, if you're painting along with me, by now you should have a painting that's getting very close to being completed. You should have a nice warm feeling in your heart and ready to do another one in a few minutes. There. Just these little sticks. Once again, they create depth in the painting. Okay, oops, here's one I forgot. Now, okay. Now, if you wanted to, you could take your liner brush and a little bit of the magic white on the liner brush, and we can highlight these little stems here just a little bit. Lay a little bit of snow on them. There. Okay, we'll put a little bit on this one here. Not too much, or it'll disappear right into the white behind it. You know, one thing we'd like, as you watch the shows, if you have ideas of things you would like to see us paint in the future, drop us a card. Let us know what you want to see, because we're here to please you and to teach you what you want to know. So do let us know That's the only way we have of knowing what you want, what makes you happy, and that in turn makes us happy. Okay, I think we'll sign this one. I'm going to use a little bit of the thin oil, permanent red. There, and turn this liner brush. This is a number 2 script liner. Turn it till it comes to a nice sharp point. And see how sharp that is? There we go. Now we touch and just literally let the paint flow. I want to finish this one up just a little bit early so we can talk a minute about what we're going to do next week, because next week's going to be a little bit different. It's time we get into some fun things. Okay. There we go. Hey, and I spelled it right for a change. Okay, I think we're going to call this painting finished, and I'm not going to piddle with it anymore today. So, next week, we're going to do a black canvas. Now, if you've never done a black canvas before, this is going to be a treat for you. If you're preparing your own canvas at home, paint it with a flat black acrylic and allow it to dry completely. Or you can purchase one from your local art store. But be sure it is flat black. We're going to cover the canvas with alizarin crimson, Prussian blue, phthalo blue, and we're going to make a fantastic seascape. Let's make a seascape. We haven't done that yet. We'll have like a California or Oregon type coast sunset. We'll do a seascape sunset on a black canvas. So, once again, have your black canvas ready, almighty easel set up, and we'll do this fantastic thing together. So, I think with that, we'll close this one. I want to wish you the absolute, every possible joy that life can bring. From all of us here at this station, we wish you happy painting, and God bless. See you next week. Hi, welcome back. Today I thought we'd do a little seascape that's right off of the California-Oregon coast. And I've taken the liberty, because we do have time restraints here, of going ahead and covering a black canvas with transparent color. Now, what I've done, in the center here, I've put alizarin crimson right in the center and going out in both directions. And around that, phthalo blue. And on the bottom, same thing. So we have a circle here of crimson protruding in both directions and blue around the edges. Okay? Now, let's take the 1-inch brush and a little bit of titanium white paint. And let's figure out here where we want the sun to be. And we're going to start, say, right about here, and we make little tiny X's or crisscross strokes. And just begin working them out. Never going back toward the center, always working outward, because you're going to soon be picking up the blue color. And let that run right on out like so. There we go. See now how it's picking up the blue? Okay. Now, let me clean the brush, and we can brighten it up just a little bit more. Okay, a little more titanium white. Be sure your brush is clean and dry. Right into the center, working outward. There we go. Look at that son of a gun shine now. Work it all the way out to the outside edges here. Okay. Now with a large brush, we're going to go in and blend this. Still making the crisscross strokes. There we go. Gentle. Just let it go back and forth just to blend the colors together. There. Now very carefully take the brush marks out. Okay, let's wash this old big brush out. Now, if you wanted to make it a little bit brighter, we can add just the slightest amount of cad yellow and white. Now, you have to be very careful with this because if the yellow touches the blue, we've got a green sky. So all we want to do is right around in here, put a little bit of yellow, just a tiny bit. There, that's enough because we're getting very close to the blue. Now, once again, with a large brush, we'll blend this out. Okay, take out the brush strokes. And we've got the beginnings of a beautiful little sunset here. Let's use the fan brush, and we'll take some Van Dyke brown and add it to a little bit of alizarin crimson. Brown and alizarin crimson. And we'll make some happy little clouds floating around up here in the sky. So let's go right along here, and we'll start with a little cloud coming right across the sun, maybe. There we go. Push this paint into the canvas. Really work it. Maybe there's a big old cloud up here. There. And clouds are very free. Just let them float and have fun. There we go. What are the freest things in nature? Maybe there's a little one here. Once again, just sort of let your imagination go crazy, and wherever you see a little cloud, just drop it in. This is your world, your sunset. Maybe there's another one right in here. And maybe up in here. Oh, there we go. Have a big old dark one that's just hiding up here. Okay, that gives us some basic cloud shapes to work with. Now we need to highlight these happy little clouds and let some sunlight play on them. So let's take a little bit of yellow. This is cad yellow. And the smallest amount of permanent red. Just mix them together here. There we go. We'll make you some bright, sparkly little clouds. A lot of paint on the fan brush. Now, just right above the dark, touch the canvas. Maybe a tiny bit more of the permanent red there. We'll brighten them up a little. Just touch the canvas and lay a little bit of this color right on top of the dark. There. Just push it off the fan brush. There we go. And some little things happen in some of these clouds. Now, this one will be highlighted on the bottom since the light source is below it. Don't let that little rascal fool you. And we'll put some light down here. And maybe there's just a little trickle hitting up on top of this cloud somewhere. Just here and there, little tiny bits. And then we have this big dark one that's hiding way up here. So we'll put some little highlights on him too. Don't want this one as bright, so he's farther away from the light source. There we go. Now let's see. You can, with a big brush, all we're going to do is just gently wipe across this and watch what happens. Just bring all this together. There we go. Look at those son of a guns. Isn't that something? And you can fluff them up, move them around. But you must have a paint that's very firm that's underneath. If you're using a thin oily paint, you become a mud mixer. Okie dokie. And nice, simple, very effective little sky. So let's move right along here. We'll take a little bit of titanium white with at least little touch of cad yellow in it. Very, very small amount. And figure out where your water line's going to be here. And maybe right about here. We'll just begin by touching the canvas. Just touch. Allow the paint to be pulled off onto the canvas. And start under the sun and work outward, so automatically it gets darker as it goes out. There. And this line needs to be pretty straight. If it's got crooks and bumps in it, it'll sort of bother you. We'll lay a little color right here. A little bit of the light's just reflecting through the water. There we go. Just let it play and have fun. Okay, now we need the big brush. And very gently, we're just going to blend right across this and bring it together. There we go. Okay. Clean up our brush here. That is fun. That's better than arguing with your spouse. Okay. Take the almighty fan brush. I'm going to put a little tiny bit of magic white with it. Tiniest little bit. Okay, now. We're going to begin making some little wave actions in here. So just touch, and every once in a while give it a little push so it bends upward. Tiny little push. You want it to bend upward, though. And see how it picks up the crimsonness underneath? It makes all those pretty little things happen automatically. You don't have to worry about them. There we go. Just let it get darker and darker toward the edges over here. And we're beginning to see some little things happen, so begin to put a little more detail in some of these waves. And you can see now it's beginning to pick up the blue that's underneath there. Isn't it a super way to make little waves? Now, if we're going to make a California, Oregon type seascape here, let's start putting some little rocks in the water. Maybe way back here. There's a little stone out here in the water. Or it's really a big stone that's far away, but it looks small. Perspective. There. And let's highlight this with some burnt umber and the least little touch of yellow in it. Very, very small amount of yellow in it. There we go. Just barely touch it. Just let the paint break. And now then, we can splash some water upon that rock. We'll take the fan brush again, a little bit of the magic white with it to thin it. And we'll just begin bringing some water right up here and let it hit and splash and have fun and sort of give it a little pull upward. Okay. Let's have another little rock in there. Maybe he comes right along here, like that. There we go. This is just Van Dyke brown with a little bit of burnt umber in it. Okay, and we'll lay some highlights on that one. Same color, burnt umber with a little bit of yellow. Just here and there. Now maybe this one's a little bigger. Maybe on it, maybe there's a little grass that grows out there. And they have some vegetation on these rocks. They're quite large. So we'll make a little sap green, yellow, and a little tiny bit of permanent red in it. Just to dull it down a little. And then just pop some little grassy things out here on this. There. Don't want them too bright. Don't want them too bright. Be careful they don't get so bright you can't stand them. Want to keep it quite dark. Got behind in my brush cleaning. Now, I'll take a little Van Dyke brown and the burnt umber, just mixed on the fan brush here. And let's put a few little trees back here on this one. All we're going to do is just touch. All we're looking for is silhouettes. So just touch here and there. There we go. Just a few little happy things. And I'll use a liner brush with a little bit of thin oil in it. And just turn that brush till it gets real sharp. There we go. And we'll put a few little trunks on those trees. Now, these may be quite hard for you to see, but they are here. And when you do your painting at home, you'll want to have all this little detail in here. It really makes a painting stand out. Okay. Now, let's highlight those little trees just a tiny bit. We'll use a little bit of ochre with permanent red, yellow ochre with a little touch of permanent red in it. And just highlight them just a little, just so they stand out. And these trees have quite flat tops on them. There. That's good. A little bit more of the wave action here. Just touch, let it bend. Push it up that mountain. And let it spin up here. Right up the rocks. Maybe there's another wave right here. Make little stories up when you're doing this, little sounds. Think you're at the ocean. Think how it sounds, how the wave feels the wind blowing in your face. All these things help put you in the mood to do paintings like these. There we go. So let these little waves happen. Don't let them get too bright on you again. Okay. Let's make a bigger stone, same color, Van Dyke brown, burn umber. And maybe this one comes way up like this. And maybe we're up above looking down off one of the big cliffs. There we go. Let's really go crazy. Let's put one out here like so. And just let him wander on down. There. Now I'm just filling all this in with the Van Dyke brown and a little bit of burnt umber. Okay. This painting is a little different than things we've done in the past, but it gives you a whole new bunch of ideas to go with. Always look for new ways to do this. All we want to do here is give you the basic technique and turn you loose on the world. But always believe in yourself and believe in your ability and what you can do. There we go. All that's covered now in just brown. Now let's put a few little highlights in here. This is burnt umber with yellow and a little touch of permanent red in it. And let's turn this into some almighty big stones here. Just let that paint run down there and break. So that's what I mean by breaking, is when the paint has all the holes and stuff in it. Just let it come down here and play. There. Look at all those things happening. Right here, maybe a little light striking, and it's playing through here. Mix up just a touch more color here. A little bit of permanent red in it. A little bit of light on this stone over here. There we go. So let these things happen. Okay, maybe there's a little light right there. Maybe there's a little, there, look at that. Look at that. You can do it. All right. Now, let's take a little crimson and a little bit of Van Dyke brown. And let's put some pretty little bushes and stuff up here. Maybe there's a little plant that lives right here. Now, the trees that live here really catch the devil. Oh, the wind beats on them all the time. So Scrawny little trees. Oh, they've been hurt. Look at there. Flatten the tops out. There. Maybe there's one back in here that grows on the ground too. There. And maybe up here. I have a big tall one up here in the sky. Okay. Let's see. We'll take a little bit of yellow, a little bit of magic white, permanent red, and then we'll go right into the burn umber to make a dark reddish brown color. And with that, I'm going to start highlighting some of these. Gently touch the canvas. There. Ooh, look at all those pretty colors that happen automatically. Okay, maybe this one up here. Don't let it get too bright. Go all the way to the top. Remember where your light's coming from. You want those sides to be brighter. There we go. A little bit right here. There we are. There we go. Now then, let's wash out a fan brush here. And we'll begin putting some trunks on these trees. And I'm going to use a Van Dyke brown, burnt umber, very dark. And with the fan brush, using it sideways, all we do here is touch and gently begin pulling in our general shapes. Isn't that something? Okay, put a little down here. Maybe it comes down. Oh, poor old tree. Poor old tree. Rough life. They're all bent up. Maybe we can see a little bit of a stem back in here. Now I'll take a lighter color. This is some of the umber and yellow I had left. And highlight one side. Pull it down like so. Just follow the curvature. Just follow the curvature of the tree. Okay, now very gently take the brush and begin working that over so it gives a round appearance to the tree. Just barely touch it and pull it. There we go. Okay. Now let's come right down here. I'm going to use some sap green and a little bit of yellow and permanent red. And we'll just make some little grassy areas all around in here, just using the fan brush. Let it bounce and play. You're going to pick up the dark color that's underneath, and automatically this is going to get darker in value for you. Let it happen. Don't fight it. Let all these little things happen. Learn to use them. Maybe there's grass and stuff that comes right down here. Remember, this is your world. You make all the decisions. There. Look at that. Okay, let's see here. Let's clean this up a little bit. Like so. Then we'll put a happy little bush in the front of the tree so it sits down in there. There we go. Now we'll highlight those little bushes, and I'll use some permanent red, a little touch of yellow, and And some magic white. Put a little permanent red in there. Still don't want it to get bright. So I'll add just a touch of this umber color to it to dull it down. And just touch. Don't let it smear. Touch, bend the bristles, get away from it. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. And wherever you want a little bush, just drop one in. There we go. Now we can take the knife, cut in a few little sticks here and there. Let's make that stone come down a little sharper. There we go. Just a few little touches. Now at home you have unlimited time. You can play with this, put in tremendous detail. Here we're sort of limited, so we have to just try to give you an idea and let you take it from there. Put your dream on canvas. Take a little more of the grass color here and brighten up this little corner. But it's absolutely unreal what can be done on these black canvases. All the colors that we put underneath here were transparent colors, so it still looks black until you begin applying color to it. Once you begin applying color, then the base colors that you put on the transparent colors begin picking up and showing all the beautiful detail. Okay. So we could put a few more little details here and there if you wanted to, very quickly. You know, maybe there's a little tree right over here on the dark side. Things like this. This is the kind of things you can do at home where you have all this time and you can just play. Ooh, that is a nice one. Okay. Then we can highlight him a little bit. Just a little. Wow, okay. Now I think I'm starting to piddle. You know, one of the hardest things in the world is to figure out when to stop. So I think I'm about ready to stop. Okay, we'll take the liner brush, put a small amount of a thin oil on it, bring it to a nice sharp point, and turn that brush when you're doing that. Turn it. People seem to have such difficulty signing the painting. Turn it. And we'll sign this one. There we go. Once again, it's nice to have a very short name. I can sign these paintings on the air for you so you can see them being signed. Well, I think this painting is finished, and I'm going to start piddling with it right now. Next week, have a white canvas ready, and we'll do a fantastic scene using a white canvas. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed this. Once again, it is something a little bit different, but it does stir the imagination. So, with that, we'll bring this show to a close. We wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. All right, here we are ready to go again. You know, just recently I was doing a demonstration in a mall, and I had a man come to me and he said, "Bob, I can never paint because I'm colorblind. All I can see is gray tones." So I thought today we'd do a picture in gray just to show you that anyone can paint. So, what I've done here, I've mixed up a great big batch of blue and brown, probably about 1/3 blue to 2/3 brown to give you a rough idea of what the mixture is here. And all we'll use is this gray color and white. I have the other colors on my palette only because I was too lazy to clean my palette before we started this. So I've already applied some magic white to the canvas to help speed things up a little bit. So let's take the almighty brush here, and we'll take a little bit of this gray color out, beat it into the bristles, really work it into the bristles. And let's start with an almighty sky here. Just let it work around and play and great big things happening here. Just let them fall right out of your brush. Keep that brush moving. Circular patterns. Just let it play. Maybe we'll put a little bit more paint. Maybe we'll come right over in here. There we go. Just let that work. We'll have a light source right in here. I'll have some light coming through there. Maybe we'll do some almighty mountains today. We haven't done mountains in the past couple of weeks, so I think it's time. Now we'll clean the brush. There we are. Shake off the excess paint thinner. And there we go. Okay, now gentle swirling motions here. We're going to begin blending the sky together. Very gentle. Just let it work. Let it play. Let these little things just fall around, fly around, have fun. There. And let's begin pulling them like this, just to give an indication of light slipping through there. There we go. Now, we'll work on this one a little. Just let that brush continually go in circles. That's probably the biggest suggestion I can give you that will help you. Let it continually go in circles. Otherwise, it'll look like it's raining up. And we don't want that to happen. Okay, now we're just gently blending it together a little. Okay, now take the fan brush, and I'm going to take a little bit of this gray color on the fan brush. Very, very little color. Very little color. And let's put a few little happy clouds in here that are a little bit more distinct, and that'll push everything else back. Once again, circular pattern. Always try to do this in little circles. There we go. And just let these little clouds float around the sky. Okay, now we'll take the big brush and very gently blend out the back of it. Go. We'll fluff it up a little bit and then blend it together. Maybe a little more gray, and we'll put another little cloud just right in here. There we are. Just let him float around. Fluff him up, blend him in. Okay. And that gives us a pretty nice little sky. And I thought today we'd do some fantastic mountains. Everybody enjoys mountains. So let's start here, and we'll just use this same gray mixture, just blue and brown. And let's go right over here and drop in a fantastic big old mountain. Oh, there he comes. Just let him wander around there. Very little paint. We take off all the excess paint. Scrape that canvas hard. All you want to remain on there is the value, what's been pushed into the canvas. Now with the large brush, we'll pull that down. There we go. Already we begin to have a basic mountain shape. Ready? Now we'll highlight that mountain. Here I'll take some white, just titanium white. Let's have our light coming from the right, so we'll put a little highlight, oh, maybe right there. There we go. Maybe a little touch right up in here somewhere. And then light's going to strike right along this edge. There. Now for the shadow color, since we have nothing else, we'll just take a little gray and white, make it a little bit darker than what we have up there for the highlight, but a little lighter than the darkest color on there. So somewhere in between. Now, very gently, we'll begin pulling shadows in here. Follow the contour of the mountain. There you go. There it comes. Just let that old paint break as it pulls down there. Okay, a little bit over here. I think we've mentioned this before, but you need to have a very, very firm paint to do this. If you have a thin, oily paint, you're really going to get into some problem areas because you'll become a mud mixer. You need a paint that's strong, firm, dry. Okay, we'll give this one a little shadow right there. So he stands out as an individual. Okay. Just bring this on down. Let your imagination just wander around when you're doing these things. Now, with a clean, dry brush, we'll just lay some mist down here by tapping. Just tap the bottom of it. Over here, follow these angles and tap. Then lift upward, always following the angles that you built into your mountains. Mountains are so simple, they're hard. Okay, that gives us a nice, quick little basic mountain. Let's put one on the other side. Might as well have some good practice here. Let's come right up here. Oh, yeah, almighty mountain. There he comes. Let me just let him wander right on down here in front. Now, this one I want to be a little darker in value than the one I have behind, so it looks closer. So I'm applying a little more color than I did on the first one. Okay, and we'll blend this one down. But I'm not blending it as much, once again. There we go. All right, clean the paint off the brush here. I probably just bought a studio. Okay, now we'll put some snow on this mountain. Touch, follow the contour of the mountain. There we go. Mountains used to really give me a fit when I was a traditional painter. Oh, I've spent weeks sometime working with a little brush trying to make all these things happen. There. Isn't that fantastic? That you can make whole mountains in minutes. And you can do it. There's no big secret to it. All you need is a dream in your heart. And an almighty knife. Okay. Now, make a little more of the shadow color. And we'll throw some shadows in here and move right along. Maybe a touch darker. There we go. That's what we're looking for. We'll put a little shadow right in there. A little shadow here. Ah, there's one. There he is. There. There we go. See how easy it is to give dimension to these mountains? It's all a game of angles. Just a game of angles. Mountains are geometric shapes. Play with the angles. Okay, maybe we'll bring this down just a touch further here. Okay. Now we'll gently tap on these a little just to diffuse them. Don't want to destroy, just diffuse. There we go. While I get this brush dirty, I think we'll put some water in here. Maybe we'll have water in this one. There we go. Just pull from the outside in and try to keep these lines level so your water doesn't look like it's running off the canvas. And you have to tie a bucket on one end to catch it. There we are. Okay. Well, since I own the studio, I can do that now. Now Now I'm going to use the 1-inch brush, and I'm just going to gently lift up. This is just a clean brush. Just lift up. Make it look like little things way back in the distance back here. Far, far away. There we go. Just lifting upward, little short strokes. Don't let the strokes get too large. There we. All right. Just here and there. And maybe there's some little evergreens back here. And we'll make some with a fan brush, and maybe we'll make some with a palette knife today. That's a little bit different. All right, let's just drop a little evergreen right here. And I'm using a color that's very, very close to the background mountains. So they look far, far away. Give him a friend. We forget the trees get lonely too. Okay, now as you make trees that in your mind are a little bit closer to you, allow them to get a little darker, a little bit darker. And maybe there's one, there he is, right there. Now he's closer, so we want him darker. There we go. And we'll lay some color right there. And we'll just gently lift up, just to make all kind of little things happen. Since this is a wet-on-wet technique, you can move the paint. It'll slide. The magic white underneath makes it wet and slick. And it'll just slide and move. And all you have to do is learn to control it a little. Okay. Tick, tick. Now, let's put a little bit of reflection into the water. I've taken a little bit of the tree color, and I'm just going to gently pull down, straight down. Most important that it comes straight down. And maybe we'll make an uneven one here so all kind of little things can happen. Now, after you've pulled it down, very gently go across, just enough to give it a watery feel. It's easy to destroy. And look at that already. Let's take a little bit of the magic white mixed with a little bit of firm white. I want to paint this a little bit thinner. There we go. Now, cut through it. And let's put some happy little water lines back here. Now, watch right in here, and we'll create a little cove. Just that easy. But all these lines need to be basically straight, or once again, your water will run right out of the painting. Okay, we'll just let him run right on around the corner here. Just like so. Okay. Let's make some happy little evergreen trees, and promise today we'd make them a little bit different than we have in the past. We'll make them with the almighty palette knife here. Okay, decide basically where you want a tree, right there. Now, we're going to load just a tiny bit of paint right on the point of the knife and touch. And we just begin touching. We're not trying to draw with this knife. All we're doing is laying paint on the canvas. We touch the canvas takes what it wants, gives you back what's left. Okay, just let this tree work right out of your knife here. And we're still using nothing but the blue and the Van Dyke brown. Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown. And there's a little tree. Maybe right there's another one. I just want to do enough of these to show you how to do them. And when you do your painting at home, you determine how many trees live in your forest. There we go. See there? A lot of paint, though. And what's really nice, when this painting dries, these trees are very thick, you can feel the texture. All right. maybe over here, maybe a great big tree, maybe one that, maybe he's tired, like that. But once you do that, you're committed. You got to put a tree there now. Okay, so there we go. A lot of paint. Okay. And hum along as you paint. Just let it flow off your knife. La la la, all that kind of good stuff. Okay. A lot of paint, a lot of paint. Thick trees, strong, almighty trees. Okay, we'll give them a little trunk indication just by cutting through. Right over here, up here, just a little indication. Maybe some little stems here and there. Okay. Now, if we want to highlight these trees, maybe lay a little bit of snow on them. We need a shadow side and a highlight side. So I'll just use the same basic shadow colors I used on the mountain. Maybe a little touch darker. There we go. All right, now very gently, just touch so the paint grabs on those high points. Just barely touch, like so. Put the shadow in first. Let's go over here. Here it comes. Barely touch. There it is. Okay, now for the other side, maybe there's some snow laying on these trees. We take a little bit of white, titanium white, and very gently, once again, just a little, let it touch, catch the high points. Don't want to kill all that beautiful dark color. Okay, let's do it over here. Little tiny bit. Okay, there we go. Like so. Now, while we got this dark paint going here, let's just lay a little bit right under here. Okay. There. Now, we'll take a 1-inch brush. And back to one of our golden rules. It takes dark in order to show light. So we'll take a dark color on the 1-inch brush here. And we'll throw in some little bushes. These are just the shadows for the bushes. Something like so. And over here, maybe some bigger trees. Always try to remember to do the thing that's farthest away first. Like in my mind, this tree's behind these bushes, so you need to do him first and then come forward. Okay, now that we have dark, we can begin worrying about the light. Let's pull this down right here and turn it into a happy little reflection. Zip, that easy. Okay, now we use a 1-inch brush with a little magic white and a little firm white mixed together. We're looking for a paint that's slightly thinner than what's on the canvas already so it'll stick. Maybe a touch more magic. There we are. Okay, now push off all these beautiful little leaves. Just let them hit. Sparkle in the sun. And at the same time, you can reflect them right into the water. That easy. Here comes one right here. There. There they are. Look at them little rascals. Isn't that unreal that you can do that in such a quick stroke? Now, very gently, whisper light. Don't want to destroy, just want to diffuse a little. And that's how we make mirror reflections. Okay. Now let's take a little bit of the white and put some snow down here on the ground. Ooh, there we are. Okay, a little of the thin white, and we'll make a little water line underneath it. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, now we can take and just cut a few little sticks here and there. Just like so. There we are. Okay, now we got to worry about the other side. That one's looking good. A little more of the thin white mixed with a thicker white so it'll stick. And we'll put some happy little bushes right along here. Look at them little rascals sparkle in the sun. This is a cold painting. The blue in it makes it so cold. Okay, we'll put a few little stems in these. You know, this reminds me of my home in Alaska. We see a lot of scenes like this. And I've always wanted to live in a beautiful mountain range like this. So let's build a house. We've got to have a house. We'll make the back eave of the house first. Just like so. Then we'll make the other side of the house with just white. Let it run right down the canvas. There he is. Just like so. And a little more of the dark color. Fill him in the front. And let a little bit of that white get on your knife just to give it a little tonal values here and there. That side should be good and dark. Let's give him a door. He needs a door. There we go. Little touch of the magic white to outline it. Maybe this is an old slab cabin, so we can just put some boards in here. And we need some snow on the other side of the roof. Can't have just one side with snow on it. We need snow on both sides. There. Okay. Now we need some snow on the ground. So we just touch. And snow is a game of angles like mountains are. It's most important that you follow the lay of the land when you're laying your snow in. Just let it go in the direction the land flows. Now let's push this little house back up into the bushes a little more. I'll take a little of the dark color and we'll put a happy little bush right here. And then some of the light color. And just throw some highlights on that bush. Like so. And maybe a little bush lives right there. Ah, there we go. Super. All right. Maybe just to play a little here, let's throw a little tree right up through here. There. Okay. And we'll put a little highlight on him. Now I'm going to use the liner brush and some thin oil, and I'll thin some of this down and we'll throw some happy little limbs out here on this tree. Just let them run along. Wherever you think they ought to be. And you can use paint thinner to thin this paint down. I prefer oil because it's slicker. It moves easier. There we go. Maybe one more right there. And we just let him go. A few little sticks down here at the bottom. I think we just about have a finished picture. A little bit of oil here, and we're going to sign him in red. We're going to cheat. And we'll throw a little signature on there. This is a fantastic painting because it uses only gray and white. I'd like to show you a variation of this, and it uses only burnt umber and white. So maybe we can get the camera to swing over to that and we'll take a look at it and show you what you can do with other colors. And there's really no limit to what color. Any color will work as long as you use the basic method. So, on behalf of all of us here, you have a super day. Well, hello, here we are again, ready to do a fantastic painting together. I thought today we'd do something that's very soft and deep in the woods and a very warm little painting. So very quickly here, I'm going to have them flash the colors across the screen, so in case you didn't get them on the first show, you'll know all the colors that we're using here. And this is a fantastic little painting. It's very soft, very quiet, and it's like you're walking into the woods. So let's do it. I'm going to start out with a little bit of phthalo blue, just a tiny bit, and put a little bit of Van Dyke brown with it, just to dull it a little. And let's start right up here. And we'll start with our little X patterns, little crisscross strokes. And we'll put a happy little sky in here. There. And just let this pick up the magic white, and as you work down, it gets lighter and lighter in value. Okay. And we'll just blend that right out, like so. Isn't that fantastic that you can make a sky that quick? All right. Now then, without washing the brush, I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke brown, some burnt umber, and a little bit of sap green. Just mix them on the brush. Let them mix on the brush. And let's figure out where we'd like to have some beautiful little trees and stuff here. Just push, bend the bristles. And all we're looking for here is basically what we're doing is the back of the tree. And then we'll put the trunks and limbs in, and that'll be the middle of the tree, then we'll do the front of the tree, okay? And maybe there's one that lives right here. Just let your imagination sort of go crazy here and think about where you'd want a tree. This is your creation. There we go. Maybe over in here we'll have some big things happening, big trees. And you're really pushing this paint into the canvas. And leave some of these little airy spots open. Don't cover the whole canvas. When the picture's finished, you can see a little bit of sky through there. Okay. Now, right up in here, I want it to be quite dark. I'm going to add just a tiny amount of Prussian blue, just to darken this. There we go. I want to create some deep shadows in there. Okay, maybe a little touch over here. All right. Okay. Now, let's take the fan brush here and make some trunks. I'm going to use a little bit of Van Dyke brown. And one side of the fan brush, I'm just going to touch it to a little tiny bit of white. So it's only on one side. Now, just pull this down. And we'll make some little trunks back here. Van Dyke brown, little touch of white. There. And you probably have to reload your fan brush after each stroke. You just want this to look like little tree trunks that are way back in the distance. Maybe there's another one that lives right there. But by adding that little touch of white on there, you can put a little highlight on there at the same time you're putting your trunks in. It all happens automatically. Okay, now, we've got a lot of little limbs to do in this painting, so I think I'll cheat just a little bit here. And And we'll take and just make a lot of little limbs here. Maybe there's some up here in this little tree. There we go. And maybe there's some over here in these. Just here and there. Okay. Now, with a large brush, and I'm still using the same dirty brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the magic white to make a little thinner paint, and right into some yellow. And load a lot of paint into the bristles. And we'll take a little bit of the sap green. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Really fill them up. And we'll begin applying some happy little leaves out here. And we're just going to touch. Just let these little leaves jump off the brush. There we go. Look there. All those little son-of-a-guns. Now, if you have trouble getting the paint to stick, add a little more of the magic white. Remember, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. There we are. We'll just put little leaves everywhere out here. And the dark just becomes the shadow. Maybe right in here a few. Now here's another happy little bush. Let's try a little bit of yellow ochre on this one. There we are. And I'm just going back and forth here between ochre and the yellow. And we'll just put some happy little things all up through here. There. All kinds of little leaves just happening. And I'll add a little more sap green now. I want these to be a little darker than I'm fixing to do now. And we'll go right back here in the background. Just lay a few of these on. Want these to be nice and loose and airy. There they go. Isn't that fantastic that you can put all these leaves and all these little things happening in the trees in just a matter of minutes? And if you're painting along with us at home, by now you should begin being quite happy about what's happening here. Okay, now then, let's take a little more of the Van Dyke brown and begin figuring out what we're going to build here. Just sort of let this happen. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. Maybe we'll have some land back in here. And maybe there's some over here somewhere. This is your world. So create land or bushes or trees or whatever, wherever you want them. Now we'll take a clean brush and grab the bottom here and pull straight down. Just pull it down. But it's important that it comes straight down. You don't want to do this at an angle. There. And if you don't get quite enough color, you can add a little bit to your brush. There. And just pull it down. Very gently go across just to give it a watery feel. It's very easy to destroy all these nice little lines that you have in there. Now I think we'll take a 1-inch brush, put a little bit of magic white on it, and I'll go into some cad yellow and yellow ochre. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. And we'll slip back in here and put some happy little bushes growing right in here. All kinds of little leaves and things happening. There we go. I thought today we'd use a fan brush some. Fan brush can be your best friend. And we'll still use the same colors. And we'll begin working down the hill here. And automatically your brush is picking up this dark color that's underneath. And you want this back here to be very subdued, very quiet, soft, in the shadows. Okay, we'll take a little bit of the white mixed with a little tiny bit of burnt umber. Let's put a few little highlights here. Maybe there's a little sunlight hitting right along in here. There we go. And we'll give him just a little touch. And then we'll take our fan brush and begin building all these little soft grassy areas back in there. Very soft. All right. Already we're beginning to create a very quiet little puddle somewhere out in the woods. Now, a little bit of magic white, and we'll mix at least a little touch of Van Dyke brown with it, just to dull it down some. Don't want it to be too bright. And we'll begin putting some little water lines in here. There. Okay. Maybe we'll bring this a little bit more forward. Maybe right like that. Just make another little projection out there. Okay, but each time you add one of these little projections, give him some reflections by just pulling a little bit of the color down. Okay, and we'll put a tiny bit of highlight on there. Use our almighty fan brush, and I'm going to add a touch of magic white, just to thin it a little bit. A little more sap green. I want it to start getting a little darker as it's getting closer to us here. There. And let this go with the lay of the land. Always follow the lay of the land. Maybe a little green over in this side too. And we can bring out another little projection here if we wanted to. Okay, once again though, after you bring your little projection out, he needs his own personal little reflection. Okay, now we can lay just a tiny bit of highlight on there just to make it look like dirt and stones and all the little things that happen in the woods. And let's take just a tiny bit here of yellow ochre, and I put a little bit of alizarin crimson with it. There, look at that. Just let this sort of disappear back here. Just to give an indication there's something there, but it's really very quiet, subdued. Okay. I think it's time we built an almighty tree. I'm going to mix burnt umber and Van Dyke brown together. And let's put a couple of beautiful big birch trees right up through here. There they go. We'll put the dark on first. Just straight Van Dyke brown and burnt umber. Just let it come right off your knife. And just to keep him getting lonely here, we'll give him another friend. And just mix these two browns together, but don't overmix them. Just put them together and leave them alone, so when you put the highlight on here, it'll pick up both colors. There. Okay. Now let's take a little bit of titanium white. Maybe we'll make these trees really stand out. Touch, pull it around, around, around. Just give it a little pop, like so. Oh, look at that. Look at all that bark. Okay. And these trees need a few little limbs on them too. The bigger ones here we'll just do with a knife. There we go. Yeah, we'll put one over here. Maybe there's one here. And we'll take a little more of the white and put a little highlight on the limbs. There. Now then, let's add a few little delicate limbs out here. Just here and there. Just to give all these nice little leaves something to hang on. Maybe there's one that comes right down through here. Okay. Now I'm still using the same old dirty brush that I've used all the way through here without washing. I'm going to add a little more magic white because we want this paint to be thinner. Take a little bit of crimson. Oh, look at there. We'll make sort of a bright little color here. And now we'll just lay some leaves out here. Just let them float around. Very quiet, soft. And don't kill all your background with them. Leave them loose and airy. Look at that. Just let them play and have fun. Put some up in here. Let your imagination be your guide now, just wherever you think they should be. I think sometimes we work too hard at painting. Painting should always be fun. Should make you happy. That's when you're truly an artist. For so many years, painting had got to where it wasn't fun anymore. It became work. Until I had the opportunity to study with Bill and learn this fantastic technique. And he made it fun again for me. A little waterline into here. This is just the magic white with a tiny bit of Van Dyke brown in it to dull it. Let some of these little things just happen. You know, when we do these paintings, we have a general idea of what we're going to do, but other than that, they're really not planned. We learn to work with what happens. And when you're at home, don't worry about following exactly what we have here. Let things happen and use what happens and create your own masterpieces. Don't just try to copy what we're doing. And you can do it. Oh, let's get brave. How's that? We'll just put some brown in here. This is Van Dyke brown with a little bit of umber in it. And really push this into the canvas. All we're looking for here is a nice dark value. Just really push it into the material. There we go. And you know, the colors that we have here, if you're using a different brand of paint, you'll find slight variations, but that's all right. Once again, this is your world, so whatever color you want. We're really just trying to show you the technique. The big thing you're looking for, though, is a paint that's very firm. We get so many cards and letters from people who have run into problems, and normally that's what it is. The paint is too thin. In some techniques, you need a very thin paint. In this, you need something that's very strong. Okay, let's go back to the old fan brush here, and we'll take some yellow, and I'm just beginning to have a mixture of color down here. It's really hard to tell you exactly what it is. It's yellow ochre, a little bit of crimson in it, and it's whatever comes together. And let's begin laying some little grassy areas on top of this. Now your fan brush is beginning to pick up all the dark browns here. Don't want to kill all the dark browns. You'll lose this beautiful darkness in the front of the painting. Let's do a little take a little tiny bit of Prussian blue and white and a little brown. There. Let's just give the indication there's some little stones or something here. Just sort of lay them in at random, and then we'll cover up whatever we don't want. There we go. Now begin bringing your grassy areas right on down here, leaving some of these little things you just made show. Don't cover them all up. There. All right, now we're beginning to have something here. Now, if you practice this little painting, it's something you can do very, very quickly. It's very effective, very nice and warm. And it's a super little painting to give to a relative or a friend as a gift, because everybody likes these type of paintings. There we go. And also, you know, if you're interested, it'll put a happy buck in your pocket if you want to sell a painting once in a while. Of course, we're not interested in those monetary gains, I know. Okay, we just begin filling all this in here. And right down through here. Isn't that something? I like these little paintings. A little dark up in here. I want to just increase the amount of dark right back here so the shadows are deeper. Okay. Now with the knife, just a clean knife, I'm going to scrape a few little trunks here and there, little stems, just here and there. Not too many. Okay, here I want a little color, so I put a little brown on the knife. There we go. Okay, now we need to, these little birch trees here need something on their foots. They're sort of ragged hanging out here, so let's just put some color right underneath it so it just ends the tree. And then a little shadow behind it. Got to have a little shadow here. Like so. All these little things happening back in the woods. Okay, now we can put a few little stems here and there. I'm using just a liner brush with a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and a thin oil on the brush. Okay, just a nice thin oil. Bring that brush to a very sharp point. And we can add in a few more little things here and there, just to create a little more distance in here. Like so. Oh, maybe there's an old limb that's hanging here. There he is. Put him some little arms out here. There we go. He sort of fell over. He's a little tired. Just here and there with these. You always have all these little sticks and stuff out here in the woods. Okay, now, maybe you want to get a little bit crazy. And we take the almighty palette knife here, and let's do this. And just lay in a little tree right here in the foreground. There he is. Okay. Almighty tree. And I'll take just a tiny bit of the crimson here and just highlight this side. Just a little bit, just a sparkling a little. And maybe there's a little reflected light over here. I'll use just a tiny bit of blue, just to show indication of reflected light. Then back to the brown, and we'll build him up. Make it thick. And when this thing dries, you can feel the bark on this tree. And all I'm doing is touching and pulling. Touching and pulling. And let's give him a little arm here. There we go. Put some little branches going every which way. There. And a little more of the crimson underneath here, just to show a little light. And we're sort of filling in the top of this composition, just filling it in, leaving the bottom part open. Okay, let's put some happy little leaves on here real quick. I'll use some more of the magic white and a little bit of yellow. And we'll just put some indications. Most of these leaves are off the canvas, but just a few here and there, like so. Just to give the impression that there's leaves going all the way over. And I think that pretty well gives us a little painting that we can be very happy with. Put a little grass right down in here. And I think we're ready to sign this almighty painting. So I'll use a little bit of the red and a little thin oil. And let's drop a little signature on here. Okay. Now, next week we'll be doing a black canvas. So, have your canvas ready. You can purchase one at your local art store or paint your own with a flat back acrylic. Until then, from all of us here, happy painting. Welcome back. You know, we've had so many cards and letters requesting more of these black canvases. Today I thought I'd do something a little crazy. I'm in one of those funny little moods. So I've taken the liberty of going ahead and covering the canvas with different colors. And let's go over the colors that we used. I've taken here an alizarin crimson in about a half circle, and the whole bottom of the canvas is covered with crimson. The top is Prussian blue. And then we blended all of this together. Now, when you're preparing these black canvases at home, be sure it's a flat black that you use and allow it to dry completely before you start this. So let's go. We'll take a fan brush here, and I'm going to start with a little bit of titanium white. And let's just play a little. Let's just have a little fun. And we'll start right up in here, and we're just going to begin touching this canvas and letting this just play around. You can see how it's picking up the crimson underneath. Just let it go. Just move the brush. Just little indications all over the place. And we'll make some happy little things in the sky here. There. Just let it play. But now you can see how it's picking up the blue color up here. And we'll put a little bit over in this direction. There we go. Don't get it too bright. Okay, now we'll take the large brush and we'll begin blending all this together, and just very gently. Just begin bringing it together. And this should create beautiful little clouds, little sunset type. Just turn the brush, keep it moving, circles, always in circles. There we go. All right. And then we'll just blend it all together. Isn't that unreal what these black canvases do? And that quickly, we've made a beautiful little sunset sky. And when you're at home, let your imagination go crazy and use these black canvases to do a multitude of things. The only prerequisite is that your color that you apply here be a transparent color so that when you put the lighter color on, it picks up and just boom, out it comes. All right. Thought maybe today let's do a lazy little river. Okay. Clean the old brush here. That is fun. All right, let's take a 1-inch brush and we'll use some alizarin crimson and Van Dyke brown. Just mix them on the brush. Load a lot of paint into your bristles. A lot of paint. And we'll begin applying some paint here and make general little tree shapes and stuff. And we don't want to cover up all this beautiful little sky that we've put in here. Leave it loose and airy. There. And maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here. I know at home you may be having a hard time seeing what I'm doing here. All we're doing is putting on some base color. The brown and the crimson mixed together. Oh, maybe we'll have some big trees over here in the corner. There we go. All right. When you're using almighty brushes, it only takes a few minutes to cover a canvas. Okay, that gives us something to start with. Now let's build some happy little reflections in here. I'm going to take just a little tiny bit of cad yellow on the large brush. Just a small amount. It's easy to add more color, but it's a son of a gun to take it away. Touch, pull straight down. Touch, pull down. Now see, your yellow is mixing with the crimson that's underneath. And make some beautiful little colors. Look at that. Just pull it straight down. And this is our light source, so right under that we want it to be a little bit brighter. There we go. Now, very gently, go across. Just enough to give it a watery effect. And since this is wet on wet, you can move things. You can push that paint. You can make these reflections bend. Okay. Now, let's begin highlighting some of these. Now, in reality, if you had a sky like this, you would have nothing but silhouettes. But when you buy your first tube of paint, you're issued an artist's license. And an artist's license says you can do anything you want to do. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a fan brush with a little bit of Van Dyke brown and burnt umber, just mixed on the fan brush. And we'll put a few little trunks here and there. And all we're going to do is touch and pull. If you wanted to highlight those all in one stroke, add a little bit of yellow on one side of the brush. Just a tiny bit. And when you push, you'll automatically get the highlights. Let's go back and highlight this one a little. There. And maybe there's a trunk right over here. And let's have some big trunks up through these trees. Just here and there. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a tiny little bit of magic white, just to thin the paint a small amount, and I'm going to go into a little bit of the cad yellow. Maybe a little more magic white. There. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And we'll go into some permanent red and back to the yellow. We'll make some bright little colors here so they really stand out on your set at home. And let's go up here and push in just thousands of little leaves. There. Now the colors we've used underneath, the alizarin, it mixes with the yellow and doesn't destroy. You don't have to wash your brush quite so much. Okay. Let's go into a little bit of the umber color. little bit of the umber mixed with yellow, just to dull it down a slight bit. And we'll come back in here, there, and begin putting little indications of little things all over the place. Maybe there's a little bit right there. There we go. Now, maybe I'm just going back and forth between yellow and red, ochre, a little bit of umber now and then. Okay. Now maybe there's one that hides right down in here. Okay. You beginning to see the river yet? Up the lazy river, down the hill. So you got to get in the mood and sing a little and have fun. It's a good thing I took up painting rather than singing. Okay, now let's put a little bit of dirt along here. A little bit of banks, river banks. This is the burnt umber with a little Van Dyke brown in it. Okay, and I'm going to use a little bit of yellow and burnt umber mixed together to highlight this. Yellow and burnt umber. Don't want it to get too bright, just so it stands out. Just touch. Barely, barely touching. Just enough to allow the paint to pull off your knife. There we go. Now we'll take a little bit of, this is yellow. It's got a little umber in it, and we'll just make a little water line under here, just enough to separate the reflection in the land. Just let that play around. There we go. Okay. Now with the fan brush, I'm just going to bring all this together here. Let's add a little touch of green to that. Just a tiny bit. And we'll just put a little bit of green working its way down through here. Just to bring the land and the trees all together here. Okay. Now then, let's take and we'll put a big bank coming right down through here. Just like so. Once again, this may be very hard for you to see on your set at home, but I'm just putting a little Van Dyke brown and umber right in here, just to give us a nice base to work with. Okay, a little bit of water line underneath this one. Now then, let's take the large brush and pull it through some color. There we go. I'm going to add a tiny, tiny little bit of magic white to that, just to thin it a little bit. There. A little more permanent red. Load a lot of paint into the bristles here. And let's put some nice, airy, loose little leaves just up in here. Just very quiet little things. Don't want to get them too many, just a few. Just where the light's running through here and playing and having fun. Ah, look at that. There we go. And it's important that you leave a lot of dark in these paintings. Tremendous amount of dark should be left. Now, add a little sap green to my yellow and red to make a dark color. I want to put a little bit of highlight back in here, just at the bottom of these trees, but I don't want it to be real bright. Just enough to give the indication that there's a lot of little things happening back here. There we go. Like so. Now, let's go back with some crimson and Van Dyke brown mixed on the brush again. Just mix them together on the brush. And let's put something over on this side. Maybe there's a nice tree right here. In your world, you can put trees wherever you want them. Ooh, I'd love to have my canoe and come down this river. When I'm at home in Alaska, we have a little canoe that we run through all the little rivers and stuff and take the camera and take pictures of all the animals. And it's not unusual still in Alaska to come around a bend in a beautiful little river and see the little moose standing here. Little moose, they're big moose. Especially when you're in a canoe and they're not. There. You just throw a few little trunk indications here and there. Okay. Now, I'll go back into some yellow, a little bit of permanent red. And we'll put a few little highlights on this tree. Just where you think a light would strike. Okay, anytime you want to dull it, put a little bit of green with it, a little bit of sap green with it. That'll dull it right down. Because red and green mixed together make brown. Maybe a couple little bushes up in here. And then we need some land for that to stand on. So I'll use a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, with a little umber in it, a little burnt umber. And we'll just lay some happy little ground in here. There we go. And then we can highlight that with the umber and yellow. Just enough so it stands out a little. There we are. This one over here I'm going to strengthen just a little. It's a little bit weak, so I'm going to strengthen it. There. A little bit of highlight on it. Okay. Now let's take the same basic colors and let's just pop a few little reflections down here in the water. Just here and there. And maybe right out here on the end. Ooh, there's a fireball. Whew. Nice bright when the light's striking. And we'll pop just a little bit of that down into the water. Now, with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to very gently pull downward. Just like so. And then come across. Just enough to give it a nice watery effect. Create a little reflection in the water. Okay. Now let's take the fan brush. A little more of the sap green. There. And we'll bring all this together with some nice little grassy areas here. Just touch, make the fan brush bend upward. There we go. And maybe a little bit into the reflection. As I say, I've done thousands of these black canvases and they never stop to amaze me, some of the beautiful effects that you can achieve with them. And we'll turn that into part of the reflections. Come across. All right, now we'll take the knife here and let's put a little water line underneath this one here. Just like so. Isn't that something? Okay. Now with a clean knife, I'm just going to scratch a few little sticks here and there. Just some little indications. Okay, let's put a few little sticks all over the place. These little sticks help create depth because each group of them show different planes in the painting. Okie dokie. Now, let's bring this land area right here together, just using the fan brush. You can also do this with your 1-inch brush or the 2.5-inch brush. There we go. Okay. Now maybe we need a little path in this picture. Let's put a happy little path. You can walk around here and find that big trout that lives out here in the river. So I'll use Van Dyke Brown and figure out where you want your path to go. And I'm just going to do him like this, just back and forth, and just let him start working forward. Just so we have a general idea of where we're going here. There we go. Maybe there's a little hill, a little bank right here. So we'll take the fan brush, a little bit of green, yellow, red, all mixed together. Just mix the colors on your brush so you've got an absolute, I don't know what it is, it's just every color. And let's begin putting some little grassy areas in here. Oh, look at that. Let them climb right up the hill. Follow the lay of the land. I know you're tired of hearing me say that by now, but it's most important. There we go. And keep it quite dark. Don't let it get too bright on you. Okay, now maybe there's a couple of happy little bushes and trees that live right along in here somewhere. There he is. Right there. Just a happy little bush. And maybe there's another one right here. And these protrude up a little higher, so they'll catch a little more light. They'll be a little bit brighter. There. Okay, and with the fan brush, we can bring this all back together again. Okay, let's use a little bit of the umber. This is burnt umber. And just put a little bit of highlight on our path. Just let it play and have fun. Back and forth, barely touching the canvas. Just to create the illusion of a nice little path. And don't worry about these edges. We'll straighten those up in a second when we highlight. Okay. Now, back to the fan brush, and let's bring all this together. Let's start bringing it together. You know, if you've just been exposed to this for the first time and you've tried it at home, I bet you never believed you could do such fantastic paintings yourself. Every day we hear from people that say, my God, I've never painted in my life and I tried this and it works. It really works. There we go, just bringing that together. Okay, and maybe over in here we'll bring this right on down, just like a nice little hill. And we've got an old path going back through there. There, just let it disappear. Okay. There it goes. And we begin to create our path. Let's take a little bit of the magic white, a little bit of yellow ochre mixed in here. Let's put a happy little bush that lives right here. This does several things. It creates more depth, but more important, it closes the end of the path, so we really don't know where it goes. It just goes right on off into the woods there somewhere. Just sort of closes it up. There's a nice little bush. You know, one thing I would like to mention while we have just a couple of minutes here, the only way we know what to paint is if you let us know. So drop me a line here, and you can address it in care of me here at WIPB, Muncie, Indiana, and they do forward all the mail to me. And I'd like to know what you want on the next show. That way we can start producing paintings, and I have to practice a little bit. And we'll get them ready for you so the next time we have a series here, we can do the type of paintings that you want to see and want to learn how to do. But we need for you to let us know. Okay, I'm going to put a few more little sticks here and there. There we go, just drop them in. And all you're doing is scratching through the paint and allowing the black canvas to show through. Just ever so often here. Okay, maybe there's a happy little stone that's right here. So we just take some Van Dyke brown and just lay in a basic little stone shape. And we can take some umber, burnt umber, and a little bit of the yellow. Makes a very nice highlight color on these dark paintings. There. And don't mix it dead. Just mix it so it's marbly, as Bill calls it. Just marbly. There. Now, touch. Just let the knife wander down the side of your little stone here. Create some little highlights. These are just like doing small mountains. And with tender, loving care, they'll grow up and be almighty mountains. There we are. A little bit of highlight right up here on the top. Just sort of bring that together. Now we need to take and put the rock into the painting. Right now it sort of floats above everything. So with a fan brush here, I'm just going to add a little color underneath. Just so we sort of bring it together. Just let it flow right together like that. There we go. A few little sticks and twigs and stuff like that in here. And when you're doing this at home, you have unlimited time. You could put all kinds of little details in here and just do fantastic things. Let's see here. I want to brighten that waterline right there so it stands out just a tiny, tiny bit more. There. You can also wait till these paintings dry and go back and add very nice little details into it. You don't have to do everything while it's wet. You can allow it to dry and go back. A lot of times in still lifes and stuff, you want to put like little dewdrops on the leaves and etc. It's really better to allow the painting to dry, and then you go back and put your dewdrops. If you wanted to put a nice little deer or something in here, what I recommend is you scrape out the basic shape, remove this wet, loose paint, allow the painting to get just about dry, and then go back and paint your little deer in, and you don't pick up all the underneath color. And it really works better that way. And this would be a super painting to put a little deer in. Okay. I think this painting's getting close enough to the end here that we can start worrying about a signature. And I'll dip into some thin oil here. And just work your paint till it gets like water. Just like water. And turn that brush. Really turn it. And bring it to a very, very nice, sharp point. Turn it, bring it to a point. And then decide where you want your signature. You know, so often we get questions like, how do I sign my painting? That's as varied as there are, as artists are. You sign it in a way that's unique to you. That becomes part of your trademark. Okay, so that one's signed. I think we'll call it finished. On behalf of all of us here at the station, happy painting and have a super day. Hello. Well, here we go again. You ready to paint a fantastic picture with me? I thought today we'd do something out of the Rocky Mountain areas. We've had a lot of requests for some mountains that look more like the Rocky Mountains rather than the Alaskan mountains that I do all the time. So that's what we'll do today. I've also asked them to graphically run the colors that we use by. So in case you missed them on the first or second show, this way you'll have a chance to pick up all the colors that we have on the palette. So, let's do it. I'm going to start off here today with a little bit of Prussian blue, just a tiny bit of Prussian blue. Okay, and right at the very top, we're going to start by making X's, just all the way across the canvas. There. Now, here you're allowing the magic white to mix with the color that's on your brush, and automatically as you work downward, the sky gets lighter as you near the horizon. So let your paint work, let the brush work. All right. There we go. Now, while I've got blue on the brush here, I want to add a tiny bit more blue and a little bit of phthalo green. Just a little bit. It's very, very strong. And we'll put some water in here. Now pull your water from the outside toward the center and work from bottom to top. And leave a little area open in the center right there, and it'll create a happy little sheen of light that plays across the water. Okay. Okay, now let me wash the brush. And we wash these brushes with odorless paint thinner. And be sure it's odorless. Okay, now with a clean brush, we're going to start right in the light area and work upward, just to blend the sky out. Now you don't want to take all the little actions out. That's the reason we make these little crisscross strokes. Don't want to take them all out. Your sky will be very, very dull. It'll look like you pulled the curtain down at night. There. In the water, we just go all the way across very gently. Just enough to bring it together. Okay, let's make some almighty clouds today. I'm going to take the Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown and a touch of alizarin crimson. And we mix these on the brush. Just mix them on the brush. All right, now figure out where you want your almighty clouds to be and just begin working in little circular patterns. And when you first touch a canvas, if it's not the color you want, stop and change the color. Don't keep painting. Because this is your world and you can create anything that you want in it. Blue, brown, little touch of crimson. There we go. Just let these big old clouds just float around in the sky and have fun. Clouds are about the freest thing in nature. There. Blue, brown, touch of crimson. Maybe there's another one right over in here. We'll put a couple in so you have practice doing a couple of them. Okay, now clean the brush again. Okay, let's take the fan brush now, and we'll take titanium white, and to that I'm going to add just the smallest little bit of permanent red. Now, this red is very, very strong. Just want to put a little sunlight on top of these clouds. And go right above the dark, making little tiny circles with the corner of the brush, and begin building these almighty clouds. Let them just flow right off your fan brush. But don't stand in one area and keep working. All you'll do is put a big cotton ball up in the sky. There. Leave some darks in these clouds. There we go. And you've probably noticed by now, we don't use any patterns or any guidelines. We just let it flow right out of us onto the canvas. There. This is such a free style of painting. Right over here, we'll put some little highlights. The only guidelines we use in this style of painting is our imagination. Okay, now, once again with a large brush, we want to blend just the bottom out and not touch the top yet. We will later, but not yet. Just the bottom. Just the bottom. Just blend it together a little bit. Don't overwork it. Very, very easy to overwork this. Just enough to bring it together a little. Okay, now I'm going to fluff it up. Just fluff it. Now, when you fluff this thing up, if you get these little stringies up in the sky, don't worry about them, because when you blend it together, they go away. Don't overwork your clouds. They're easy to destroy. And when I was a traditional painter, clouds was one of the things that really gave me a fit. Okay. Now today we said we was going to do some big brown rocky type mountains. So let's start with straight Van Dyke brown. A lot of paint on the knife. And we'll come right up in here and make an almighty peak. Oh, there we go. A lot of paint. We're just pushing this paint onto the canvas. And decide where you want peaks. Since you're creating these mountains, you can put peaks and valleys wherever you want them. Maybe there's another one right in here. Okay. Just get a basic shape of the mountain. Okie-dokie. And I'm going to use a large brush and just blend this out on the bottom. Just blend it on the bottom. Now very gently lift upward. There we go. That's good. Now we'll clean the brush again. Now, let's take burnt umber and cad yellow and mix it together. Mix it together. Let's throw a little yellow ochre in there too. Oh, that's nice. Mix it so it's marbly. Don't mix it till it's dead. Let all the little things happen in the paint. Okay, now let's put some highlights in this mountain. And all we're going to do is touch the canvas and let it flow. Just let it flow. Let's go right up here. There, let's brighten this one a little bit. Oh, there. That's what we're looking for. And we need a highlight over here on this happy little hill. There we are. Something right there. Oops, I see a little light striking that little thing right there. And here we go. Here's another one. There, isn't that fun? Just let all these things happen. But you can see what's happening in here because you didn't overmix the paint. If you had overmixed it, you would have had one solid color. You wouldn't have all these pretty little things that are happening. Okay, now let's make some shadow color. I'm going to take a little bit of white, some Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, and mix all that together. Maybe a touch more white. There's what I'm looking for. And that's Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, and white. Okay, now let's put some happy little shadows in here. Maybe right along like this. There. Once again, don't overmix your paint. Allow all these little things just to happen. Let the paint break. And by break, we mean leave all these little open spots. Just let it happen. Look at that son of a gun. And we need a little shadow in here. Don't want to forget him. Every highlight needs its own private shadow. There. And a couple in here and there. Like so. Now we can go back with a little more of the highlight color and begin building all kinds of little happy things in here. There. Remember, every highlight needs its shadow. There's a highlight. Watch what happens when we throw a little shadow behind him. He becomes a separate entity. And maybe, there's a little bit of snow still laying in some of the little shadowy areas here. So we take a little bit of titanium white and very gently, following the contour of the mountain, lay in a little bit of snow here. Maybe there's a little over in this little place too, just a tiny little bit. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of the blue and white and put a little little shadow right on here. Just lay it right on the side. Now with a clean knife, we just bring all this together. Just bring it together. There we go. Bring this one right on back down. Okay. Something like so. Now, I'm going to add a little tiny bit of sap green and just drop it right into the bottom area here. Just like so. A little bit of sap green. And you'll see why here in just a second. Okay. All right. Now with a clean, dry 1-inch brush, I'm just going to begin gently lifting up. Just lift it up. And do this in layers. And work it right up the side of the mountain. There we go. I'm going to add a little bit of cad yellow to my brush so I can brighten a few little spots. There. A little more yellow. Just pop it in. And you bend the bristles and pop it. Boop, boop, boop. Just right on up. There we go. Okay, maybe there's another happy little rock right out here. Like so. Just let these little things happen wherever you think they should be. Remember, this is your world, and you control it. Little highlight color. And a little tiny bit of shadow here and there. And then once again with our 1-inch brush, we begin lifting just to bring all this together. There we go. Now maybe from this little projection, let's mix up some sap green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, in about equal parts. Green, brown, and blue, in about equal parts. Okay. Now then, with a fan brush, let's put some little indications, some little evergreens back here. Right about in here. We just want indications. I'm not looking for detail yet. You know, when you're showing distance in a painting, the lack of detail is as important as when you're showing something that's very close to you in the foreground. You want a lot of detail. Lack of detail can be very valuable too. Just a little something like so. And then back to our little 1-inch brush. And we'll sort of bring all that together. There. Now, that was so much fun. Let's do some more. Maybe there's a little foothill that runs right down through here. So let's just start making these little indications with a fan brush. It's a good way to make a lot of trees real quick. And when you see trees way off in the distance, you don't see a lot of detail. You make out basic colors and basic shapes, but that's all. You knew that, though, I know. Okay, maybe this climbs right on up here. Maybe there's a nice little hill here. And while we got this color on the fan brush, we'll just throw in some little grassy areas underneath it. Just like so. And maybe there's a few evergreens here that are a little bit closer, so they're going to be a little bit more distinct. So maybe there's one right here. And we touch, 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 and just begin building a little tree. There he comes. He's a little closer, so there's a little more detail in him. There. Just a couple of those here and there. Now I'm going to take a little bit of sap green, a little touch of yellow, and the tiniest little bit of magic white, just to thin it a tiny bit. And we'll begin putting some details in here. Just a little grassy areas back in here. Just run right on up the hill. Follow the lay of the land. Now, with a large brush, grab at the bottom of this and pull down. Just pull it down, straight down. There we go. And then gently go across, just to give it a reflection look. Like so. Okay, now we'll take a little bit of magic white. We'll put a very small amount of Van Dyke brown in it, just to dull it down. And we'll make some happy little water lines back here. There. And just let this water line travel wherever you want it to go. The lines need to remain basically straight. Keep your water in the painting. Okay. I tell you what, today let's use the big brush and play a little bit. I'm going right back into this color that I used to make the evergreens. And this was equal parts of blue, brown, and sap green. And load this brush full of paint, a lot of paint on it. And so often we avoid this big brush, and it will do fantastic things. See there? Now, let's make that into a nice little evergreen tree. Just use this old big brush. You know, as I teach this across the country, one thing I've noticed, children are so fantastic to work with because they don't know what you do. You paint an evergreen with a 2.5-inch brush. You tell them to do it, and they do it. This is such a fantastic style for children. My son Steve is 17 years old now, and he's been painting since he was 12. That son of a gun's an almighty painter. And he makes a happy buck or two. Okay, maybe another little tree right there. Just let these work right out of your big brush. And we'll put some little grassy areas right out through here. Okay, now, let's go to the other side of the canvas and really make a big tree. A lot of paint in the bristles. Let's get up here in the clouds. There. Look at that. Did you ever think you could make a little bitty tree with a brush that big? Pick it up and try it. That's really all you have to do. Okay, now maybe, I don't want him to get lonely. I'll give him a little friend there. Maybe right there, yeah. Okay, while I've got this dark paint on the brush, we'll just bring a landmass right down through here. Okay, now with the clean dry brush, I'm just going to grab this and pull straight down and create some reflections. Come across very gently. Let's put some little tree trunks in here. Use burnt umber, a little tiny bit of white in it. And we'll come right along here on these trees and just here and there lay in a trunk indication. There. Now, in case you missed the last show, I'd like to re-mention again, if there's something you want to see, drop us a line, let us know. We would really like to paint the type of scenes and the places that you want to see. And you can drop us a line, WIPB, Muncie, Indiana, and we'll certainly be glad to hear from you. Okay, now let's take a tiny bit of magic white, a little yellow, and sap green. Yellow and sap green. And let's put Let's put a few little trees here and there. There we go. Just let them fall in. Maybe there's one that lives right out here, like so. There's one. Just happy little things. Let's take the large brush, a little magic white on it. I'm gonna go right into this yellow. Right into the yellow. Load a lot of paint into the bristles and sap green. Put the yellow on first and then the green on top. And let's put some highlights on these big trees here. There. Just let that brush bounce and play where you think light's gonna strike these trees. In your world, you even control the light. Oh, look at them son of a guns. There we go. Okay, there we are. Now let's take a little more of the green and yellow and pop these reflections right into the water. Like so. Now I'm going back to my fan brush with yellow and green on it and sort of begin bringing all this together. Just touch, bend the brush upward. Just like so. We'll take a little of the Van Dyke brown and burnt umber mixed and create a little bank here. There we go. A little bit of highlight out of brown and white with a least little touch of blue. Just to give it a little flavor. Okay, a little magic white, and we'll throw a happy little water line into here. And with a nice clean dry brush, pull this down a little, just to create some nice little reflections. And back to my fan brush, a little magic white on to thin the paint, and we'll bring a few little things right down like that. Isn't that something? Now, let's go right over here. Create some little grassy things up here in the sun shining. There. Ooh, look at all those little things. And they happen so quickly. Okay. Maybe we can put a happy little stone right out here on this. This looks to me like a good place for a stone. And we'll take a little bit of the mountain highlight color and just put a little highlight on that stone. And let a little bit of it come downward. A little bit of grass underneath it so it comes together. Then we'll take the point of the knife and put a few little sticks here and there. Just a few. And maybe I'll add one more little bush here. Looks to me like he needs another one. Right in here, just to separate these two. There we go. And we could put, maybe there's some little dirt in here. Little rocky things showing through here and there. Put a little bit of highlight on that. And with our green and yellow, just gently pop a few little things in there. Like so. And I think we've just about got that one finished. The old clock on the wall is telling me I got to get out of here, so I'll sign this one. I'd like to wish you happy painting. Next week we'll do a white canvas. So have your canvas on your easel and be ready to go with us. Happy painting. Hello again. You ready to paint another fantastic picture? Well, let's do it. I'm going to have them run all the colors across the screen, so in case you've missed them in any of the shows, you can pick up all the colors that we're using. And while they're doing that, let's get started. I'm going to start today with a little bit of alizarin crimson. And we'll just put a little bit on the large brush. Maybe today we'll just have some fun. Let's just go right into the center of the canvas here with the crimson. Just making the little crisscross strokes and let it blend upward. There we go. And down here we'll just go back and forth like that. Okay. Now we'll take and dip into a little bit of phthalo blue and go right to the very top. Go all the way across the canvas. And just let this work right down to the pink. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back into the phthalo blue and add just a tiny bit of phthalo green. Just let them mix together on the brush. And we'll come from the outside in, and don't kill all your pink area in here. Like so. There we go. Okay, now let's clean the brush and bring all this together. All right, with a nice clean brush here, I just want to bring the pink and the blue together. Okay. So you can't tell where one stops and the other one starts. And then we'll just blend out all the brush strokes. All right. Now then, let's take the palette knife. We'll take a little bit of crimson and a little bit of the blue. And we'll take crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue. Just mix them together here. More crimson than blue. And we'll make sort of a purplish color, lavender. And let's make some little streaky clouds in here. We're pushing very hard into the canvas. There. Just really push this paint right into the fabric. Okay. And we're looking just for basic general little shapes here. Maybe a couple little ones over in here. Don't want this side to get jealous. Something like so. Now, with a clean dry brush, very lightly, just brush across. Very lightly. There we go. Super way to make little clouds. Now, maybe we want to highlight these clouds a little bit. So let's take a little bit of yellow and a touch of the permanent red and mix it together. We'll make sort of an orangey looking color here just to highlight with. And a very small amount of paint, and we go right above the dark and just lay a little of that on there. Just here and there. Don't cover up all your dark. Just a little here and there. Let it bounce around and play and just where you think light would hit. There. Okay. And maybe a little right here and there. And when you're at home, you can really take your time and do a lot of detail here. And with a dry brush, just very gently blend this out. There we go. Very, very little pressure on the brush. Almost let a hair touch the canvas. Now, let's take a little more crimson and let's use some Prussian blue. It's a little stronger. Crimson and Prussian blue. And let's go right up in here and make a happy little mountain. Just a simple little mountain. There we are. Just to get your base shape on there, general outline of the mountain. take off all the excess paint, and then with a large brush, I'm just going to pull it down so it just blends right down into nothing. Okay, now while I have that color on my palette, I'm going to go ahead and reflect this mountain into the water. We're getting a lot of requests wanting to reflect mountains into the water. So just work on your basic shape and painting backwards. Just a basic shape. Like so. And with a large brush, we'll pull this in the opposite direction. So already we have a basic reflection into the water. There we are. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of white and put the smallest amount of permanent red into it. Just enough to give it a little pinkish glow. We don't want to set this mountain on fire. Just a nice pinkish glow. And we'll highlight this. Just follow the contour of the mountain. There we are. Maybe a little touch over in here. Now for the shadow, I'll use a little bit of the phthalo blue and white. Maybe I'll put just a little tiny bit of that purple in there just to calm that blue down a little bit. It's very bright. There, beautiful. Now let's put some happy little shadows in here. Let the paint break, follow right along your mouth. We'll have a little shadow in there. Divide those two up a little. A little bit in here. Little touch. Doo, 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 doo. Now we'll take a clean dry brush and very gently tap the bottom just to create some mist. Just like so. A little bit over in this direction. Let's sharpen this one up a little. It bothers me right here. I want him to be a little more distinct. There we go. That's better. Give him a little more character. Now, down here on the bottom, we'll just lay some indications of highlights here and there. Just some indications. Now this paint I'm pushing very hard into the canvas because I don't want it to move. Okay. Now, we'll tap that a little bit just to take off excess paint. Now, when you're doing reflections like this, normally we pull straight down to create a reflection. This time I'm going to go up. Watch what happens. Pull it up, clean your brush. Just wipe off the excess paint because you don't want to destroy these nice edges. And between each stroke, I'm wiping the excess paint off the brush. Okay. Now from here, we can pull down. That's no problem. And then gently we go across. Don't want to lose this image. Okay, and that quick we have a reflection of a mountain. Okay, let's put some happy little trees and stuff back in here. And I'm going to use some Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson mixed together. Brown and crimson. And we'll go right along in here and just wherever you think there might be a little tree or a little bush, just drop him in. This is your world. Let it happen. With a large brush, I'm going to grab just the bottom and pull a little bit of that down so it also creates a reflection. There we go. Now, Use a 1-inch brush with a little bit of magic white on it just to thin the paint. And we'll go into some cad yellow and a little bit of permanent red here. Make a nice bright color. And then we can begin highlighting these. Look at that son of a gun. After all these years, it still fascinates me. And we can drop a little bit of that color down in here just to create some reflections. There we go. I'm going to add a tiny, tiny touch of sap green to it, just to dull it down a little bit. There we go. That is nice. And it works so well. Okay, now with a clean, dry brush, just barely touch, whisper light. You almost touch the canvas with a hair, and then go gently across. And let's take some brown, sap green, and a little bit of blue. Brown, sap green, and blue in about equal parts. And let's put some little evergreens back in the background. Always like little evergreens, they're pretty. And they remind me of home in Alaska. There we are, just some little ones. We'll give him a little friend here. There. Maybe there's one a little bigger right here. And these are your trees, so they can be as big or as small as you want them. Okay, that gives us a few little trees. Now with a palette knife and a little bit of the magic white, and I'm going to put a touch of brown into it, just to dull it down a little. We'll put a happy little water line back here. There. Act just like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Maybe there's a little ripple or two on the water. Just here and there. Okay. Now, let's do something a little bit different than we've done in the past. I'm going to put a little bit of paint thinner into the brush. And I'm going to pull it first through Van Dyke Brown. Now, there's a tiny bit of thinner on the brush, just enough to thin the paint a tiny, tiny bit. We'll go through brown on one side. Then I'm going to turn the brush over, and over here I'm going to go through white. So I've got brown on one side of the brush, white on the other. Brown and white. All right, now let's put some little trees right here. Touch the canvas and pull. And we get both sides of the tree at once. Brown with white. Maybe he's got another tree that lives right here. Okay, brown and white. Put a third one right in here. We'll let this one just sort of lean over. He's tired, old tree. Okay, that was so much fun. Let's double load another brush here. A little bit of the paint thinner just to thin it. And I'll go into sap green. Just load the bristles full of sap green. And on the other side, we'll go through yellow. So we have sap green on one side, yellow on the other. Now, all we're going to do now is just begin tapping the canvas. And we get highlight and shadow all in one stroke. Okay, sap green, and then back through the yellow. There we go. Ooh, I almost messed up and put the dark on top. And you'd have caught me. Okay, sap green and yellow. put some little leaves on this one. And that's just a super simple little way to make trees. It's very, very effective and very nice. Now let's go back to the crimson and the brown mixed together, and we'll put some little bushes down here on their foots. There we go. Okay, and let's just reflect that right into the water. With a large brush, now we can take and pull these reflections down, straight down. Now maybe you want to reflect some of these trees into the water. So load the brush the same way, brown on one side, white on the other. And then just do your basic shapes here. Just like so. Brown and white. Just enough to give some indications. Then I'll go back to the brush that has the sap green and the yellow on it. And just take and tap in a few little things here and there. Just want to give some indications down here in the water. Okay. Like so. We'll just use the other corner and do this very rapidly. Just so you have an idea. And very gently, just enough to whisper it. Maybe we'll move some of these trunks so it really looks like water. Okay. Now I'm going to add a little tiny bit more magic white and go back into the yellow. A little bit of the permanent red. And let's highlight these little bushes right here. And reflect those colors right into the water. Okay, now into some ochre. Once again, a little more of the magic white. Into a little bit of ochre. Then we'll reflect that right into the water. With our clean, dry brush, then we touch and just gently pull down and go across. Okay. Now, let's take a little bit of brown and put us a shoreline in there. There we go. Just straight Van Dyke brown to start with. Put a happy little bank in there. Need some ground for all these things to set on. And we'll use some white and brown, a little touch of blue in it to make some highlights. Barely touch, barely touch. Like so. A little magic white to make us a waterline underneath. Bet you never thought you could paint pictures like this. And you can. A few little things that run down here onto the base. Okay, now we can come over to the other side. Let's use one of these almighty brushes here. And we'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber. Just mix it on the brush. And let's just fire in some pretty things right in here. Great big bushes and stuff that live right along here. Just let them go. And you know those trees that we made by double loading the brush were so much fun. Let's do another one. Go into the brown. On one side of the brush, white on the other. Okay. How about if we have one right there? There he comes. Brown. I was only going to do one, wasn't I? Got carried away. Let's put another one right here. Like so. We'll let him be behind those bushes back here. Now let's put a little bit of highlight on these bushes. Just a touch. go. Let it get darker and darker and darker as it comes forward. Clean this brush up. A little more magic white. And we'll take a little yellow, a little permanent red. And let's put a little sparkler right out here. Oh, there we are. Okay. Let's take a little bit of the brown and begin building us a little bank out in here. Something like so. And with a large brush, I'm going to grab a little bit of this and pull downward, just to make us some more reflections. Like that. Okay, now, let's take the brush we had loaded with sap green on one side and yellow on the other, and do that again. And we'll put a few little highlights on these trees and just touch. Just touch. Look at that. Isn't that a fantastic way to make a lot of leaves? Okay. Sap green and yellow. That's all we're using. Go. Now, if we wanted to put a little more detail in here, we can take a thin oil, mix it with some brown, and maybe just show a few little limbs here and there. Just some indications. Maybe there's an old dead one that hangs out through here. Like so. Okay. Maybe here and there. Just indications. Okay, now let's take and lay a little bit of highlight on these stones here. Just a tiny bit. Then we'll use the fan brush with a little bit of green and yellow and all the colors that we're using here mixed up. And just sort of bring all this together. Like that. Let's crease that right there. There, soften that, make it real soft. Now I'm going to take just a tiny bit of magic white and mix it with firm white. Just to thin the firm white down a little bit. And let's come right along in here and swirl that around. Like so. And with some more brown. Oops, got a hair hanging there. Can pull that right on down like this. And lay a little bit of highlight on it. And back to our fan brush with a little yellow and green, the reds all mixed together on it. And just bring that all together. And we can take just a clean knife and lay a few little sticks here and there. You need these little sticks to show distance in the painting. Okay, let's go back over here and let me put a few sticks in. I want to show distance here too. This is a fun little painting. It's a little bit different than a lot of the things that we've done in the past. But experiment, practice. It's unbelievable what you can do if you'll just take the time to practice a little bit, enjoy it. Just have a super good time. I'm going to push this tree just a tiny bit further back. So I'm going to put a bush right here in front. Push him on back a little bit. Well, we just got all kind of nice little things happening in here. A few little sticks. All right. I want to sign this one and then talk just a few minutes about the painting we're going to do next week. So let me get a little thin oil here. A little bit of the permanent red. signature right on this one. Just like so. Okay, there we are. Now, next week, we're going to do a fantastic painting like you've never seen before, I think. What I want you to do, if you're going to paint along with us, is take a canvas, and we're going to paint vertical. That's up and down. I'd go about 11 inches up and paint the whole bottom of it black and leave the white, the top white. And you won't believe what we'll do. Until next week, happy painting. Well, here we are again. And if you were with us last week, I promised you a crazy one, and today you're going to get it. I think you'll enjoy this. Let's look at the canvas for just a second. I have a canvas here that's painted half white and half black. The bottom half, about 11 inches up, is painted with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry. The top is just plain. On the bottom, I've taken and made one circle of phthalo green in the center, covered the rest of it with phthalo blue. The top is covered with magic white as usual. So, let's do a fantastic painting here. I'm going to start out with a little bit of, this is a little bit of white, brown, a touch of yellow in it. And we're going to make a seascape today. We're going to make a violent seascape. And we'll just make a little circle right up in here, like so. There we go. Now, to that, I'm going to add just a touch of brown and a little bit of blue. And we'll make another little circle right around it. There we go. And we'll just let that work all the way around. And right down in here, I'm going to pick up a little bit of the blue and work that right in. Just a little bit of the phthalo blue that's bleeding off the black. There we go. Bring this right up to the first circle. And then in the very back, this is just brown and blue, just dark. I want a nice dark color back here. Maybe in this painting, the sun's sort of sneaking through the clouds and the big storm's coming. Okay, wash my brush. And we'll blend all this together. Looks mean and dark already. Just blend this sky together. There we go. Now, right in the center, I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white on the 1-inch brush, go straight into the canvas, and build a happy little sun back here. Choop. There we are. With a knife, we take off the excess paint, and we blend that together, just so we have the indication of a sun. Now we can start the fun. Let me get the brush clean and off we'll go. I'm going to use brown and blue, more brown than blue because it is much, much stronger. The blue is much stronger than the brown. Maybe we'll put just a tiny bit of crimson in it. Okay, now a little bit of paint, and we're really going to push this into the canvas. Get strong with it. Really, really push it into the material. Bend the knife, push it in. There. There's really not a great deal of paint on the canvas. It may look like it, but there's really very little paint. And it's pushed very firmly into the fabric. Okay. Now with a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry, we're going to start pulling that paint. There we go. Just pulling it. Very gently. Okay. Now, that went so nice, let's go a little bit further. Still using brown and Prussian blue. More brown than blue. We'll make some almighty storm clouds in here. Ooh, this big storm's coming. There we go. All right, now, maybe there's a little happy cloud right down in here. Just grind this paint right into the canvas. Push it. Big cloud over here. There he comes. Really push that paint. Remember that you're the creator and this is your sea. You can do anything that you want to do here. And we decided we want to build an almighty storm today. There. Really work that paint in. Maybe, far back in the distance it's beginning to rain a little bit. Just pull that down. Make it look like there's a little rain way off in the distance. Now, with a large brush, I'm going to blend this a little just to pick up the excess paint. The more of this excess you can pick up, the easier it is. Don't want it to smear all over the canvas. Now, if you're doing this at home with us, be sure your paint is very, very firm. If you're using a thin, oily paint, I can almost guarantee you this won't work. Now then, let's put a little bit of highlight on these clouds. Use just a little bit of titanium white, and I'm just going to sprinkle some highlights here and there. Since this is our light source, we can always keep that in mind. Just a little bit. And a little bit over in here. There we go. Okay, a little bit up in here. Now, we want to get rid of excess paint because it'll smear. So very gently, we take the knife and lift that right off. The value remains in the canvas. Just lift it off. And I suggest you wipe the knife between each stroke. Otherwise, you'll put a big dark line there when you go back. Okay, now that we've got the excess paint off, we can take the large brush and very gently, just blend this together. And it still gives the impression of highlights without having the real bright colors, because we want to retain the darkness in this one. If we're going to have an almighty storm coming, we got to keep it dark and cloudy, mean looking. We're almost letting the brush touch the canvas right here. Just lift it, fluff it, blend it out. Now, a little more white, and right here, maybe there's some little clouds that just sort of float around here. There they are. Just let them fall in. With a large brush, very gently, I'll blend those. And maybe you want to push them even farther back. If you do, put some more little clouds right here in the front. And you can just push those farther and farther back. Creates a lot of distance in your painting. So many techniques are very flat. This has tremendous depth in it. And our rain way back in there. There we go, a little bit of that blue. Okay, maybe another happy little cloud. Just keep building depth in it. All right. Now then, let's start making some water here. And I'm going to start with a palette knife and use a little bit of the titanium white. Very, very little. And where the black and the white meet on this canvas, automatically that'll give you your water line. You don't really have to worry about it. But just touch. Start in the center and work outward. So it gets darker, darker, darker as it works out. And here all we're doing is laying just a little paint on the canvas. There we go. Just here and there. We're not too concerned about it yet. Just let it fall wherever it pleases. Okay. With a large brush, clean and dry, just go across. And we just blend all that together. Now I'm going to take a little bit of the cad yellow, very, very small amount, and a little bit of white mixed together. And right underneath here, put just a little touch of yellow, just to make some pretty little reflections there. Now there's blue underneath, so this yellow should turn basically green when we blend it, just to give some nice yellowish, greenish highlights here. Now, with our large brush, we'll blend this again. Look what happens. Ooh, son of a gun. Okay, now we're ready to take our fan brush, and I'm going to add a tiny little bit of magic white to it. You need the magic white to thin it, just a little tiny bit. Very small amount, so it's a little bit thinner than what's up there. And then we can start applying little waves and stuff. And test your fan brush. You'll find it bends better one direction than it does the other. Keep the brush moving. Keep it playing. Let these little waves just fall right out of it there. There we go. If you put one in you don't like, just wipe back and forth and it'll go away. Or you can put little shadows and highlights and stuff underneath it by doing that. There. And as we start getting closer, we begin putting just a little more detail here and there. Bad sea. The storm is coming. If you live close to the coast, it's a good time to be finding a new house. Just let that fan brush work and play in there. Choppy little waves. All these little things just happening. Maybe some little way back in the distance. There. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of alizarin crimson and Van Dyke brown mixed together. And maybe we'll maybe there's a little coastline back here. Maybe there's a little hill that runs right down into the water. There we go. Just a basic shape. Now, we need to take a little bit more of the white, and we're going to splash some waves up on this. Barely touch. Then whoosh, give it a little whoosh, upward pull like that. Makes it look like that water's hitting and splashing up the edges. Okay, a little bit more of the brown and the crimson. And maybe we'll have another one right here. What the heck, we'll put this one in front, and maybe he's a big almighty cliff that comes right down to the water. There. Just have your brush strokes go in the direction you want the land to flow. Okay, now, once again, A little bit more of the white, and we'll splash some up in here. Just let it hit and phew. Let that water slide up into the rocks. There we go. And over in here, we need some happy little things that are happening. And if you wanted to, you could take and maybe put the silhouette of a few little trees back here on this. Just take your little fan brush and put them up. They're going to be in trouble soon if there's a storm coming. Ooh. And the liner brush with a little bit of oil. And just put some little trunks. All we want is silhouettes way back here. Just here and there. Just to give indication of something way, way back in the distance. There. Them trees are really going to catch a devil in a few days. Okay, and we'll take a little bit of, we'll use a tiny bit of ochre color here, and just very lightly put a little highlight here and there. Very, very lightly. Just enough to break it up a little. Make it look like little trees. And I told you this one was crazy. Are you enjoying it so far? Good. Okay, a little bit more of the white paint. Let's have an almighty wave in here. That son of a gun, boy, it hits and splashes like so. Let it go. Let it go. And maybe it's really splashing here and we have foam every which way. A lot of foam. And now we can begin working on the shape of this big wave here. It's really a big wave. It's just piling up, getting ready to crash on some rocks. Okay, maybe it's beginning to curl in some places, so let's just draw a little curl. And then we grab this white and pull it over, pull it over, pull it over, pull it over, just like so. Grab and pull. And that creates that. And if you wanted to play a little bit, maybe there's a little light shining through there and creating a nice little bright glow in there. We're going to just put some yellow right on top of that and let it turn green. A little bit of white, just to let the light shine through there. Okay, back to my white. There we go. Yeah, these strokes are most important. Now, grab another fan brush here. A little bit of the straight blue, and I'm going to darken right behind this, just a touch. Tiny little bit. Just darken it up a little. There we go. Now, we can come down here and begin playing a little bit. And let this water splash up and through here. And put it on, and then we can take the big brush and dull it down a little. And let's make a happy little stone out here in the water. Like right here. Water's crashing up against him. This is straight Van Dyke brown. Just a big old stone out here. See, you thought I'd made a mistake when I put that there. I knew it was going to be there. Then I'll take just a little bit of umber, just straight umber, and we'll put a little highlight on this stone. It's quite dark, so we don't want to use bright highlight. Just straight umber. something like so. There. Nice rugged stone. And we need some water that's splashing up on the stone here. Let that water run down it and follow right up the wave. There. Let all these little foamy things happen. Now at home where you have unlimited time, you can have water dripping all over the sides here. Oh, there's just a multitude of things that you can do with this. It's really the idea we're trying to give you. And with that idea, then you're limited only by your imagination. Okay, let's go right into here. Maybe there's another little stone here. These stones are such fun. Let's just do several of them. Burr number. And we'll just lay a little highlight on top of this one. There we go. Almighty stone. Okay, now we need a little bit of water splashing around this one. Maybe there's even a little over here. And once again, make it look like it's running right up that. Okay. Just some little things happening down here. All kind of little actions are going on in here. Let all these little waves splash and play and have fun. Now, if you're painting along with us at home, I bet you never believed you could perform this. You could do a seascape like this in just a matter of minutes. Think what you could do if you took your time. There's really no end to it. Okay, now we'll just lift up a little bit, just to quieten that down a touch. And maybe, heck fire, we're having so much fun with stones here. Maybe there's another one over in here somewhere that the wave's just fixing to sneak up and get. You can put as many of these in as you want. Just let them happen. And a little more of the burr number. Touch. There's absolutely no pressure on the knife when you're doing this. When you make these little rocks, no pressure at all. It's literally, it's just the paint touching the canvas. In your mind, remember the blade's not touching the canvas. It's only the paint. And there's no pressure. No pressure. It's just barely touching. If you push hard, you're going to just mush it in there and look like you decorated a cake. Okay, now put a little bit of foam right around here. Just let it splash right up the rocks. Make that action fast when you do it, just real quick. Makes it happen so much better. Now, if you wanted to show a little bit of water, maybe dribbling over the rocks in places, use a very thin paint. Thin it with magic white. Make it very thin. And touch, and just barely touch it. Barely touch it. Let it play. See how you can make that water just dribble right over the rocks? Okay. Like so. And maybe there's a little water coming right across the top here and just running down this rock. With all this splashing and foam carrying on here, there's got to be little puddles all up on the top up in here. So just let this water dribble. Dribble. That's a word I learned in the South. I like it. We've been doing a lot of classes for our friends in Florida, and they are fantastic people. We have really enjoyed being there. Okay. This is a little bright right in here, so I'm going to take the large brush, just very gently touch it a little bit, and that'll take some of the brightness away. just blends it into the colors underneath. Now, in case you joined a little bit late, let me quickly go over what we've done here, because this is so radically different than anything we've done in the past. I started with a canvas that the bottom part of it is painted black with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry. The top remains white. We cover the top with a thin layer of magic white. On the bottom here, I made a big circle of phthalo green, and around that circle I put mostly phthalo blue, and then right around in here, Prussian blue. Or you can do it all in Prussian blue. You really don't need the phthalo blue, but if you have it, it's a very warm, sparkly blue that you might enjoy playing with. Then blend it all together with long horizontal and vertical strokes right in here. And then we begin. The colors that we use are transparent. Be sure these colors under the black canvas are transparent. If there's any doubt in your mind, put a little bit on some black and look at it. If it doesn't look black still, then they're not transparent. But phthalo blue, phthalo green, sap green, Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, all of these are very, very transparent colors, and you can do fantastic things with them. And practice using them in combinations. Some of the pictures we do, we use stripes of different transparent color. So play with it at home. You won't believe what you can do. Sometimes I talk too much, so I think we'll sign this painting. And I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's given you a lot of fantastic ideas. And will start your mind working, your imagination going crazy. And you too will come up with some unbelievable paintings. So let's sign this one. I've thinned the paint with a little bit of oil. And turn it to bring it to a nice sharp point. Turn it. Okay. Boy, signature in red really stands out against this blue. But now, once again, we've mentioned on other shows, let us know what you want to see. And in the future, we'll try to produce paintings that you want at home or that you need some help with. So I think we're going to call this painting finished. The old clock on the wall tells me it's time to go and leave you for today. So on behalf of everybody here at WIPB, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting, and God bless. Have a good day. Welcome back. Glad to see you again. Thought today we'd do just a happy little picture this deep in the woods. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'm going to ask them to graphically run the colors through so you can see all the colors that we use and that I have on my palette today. And while they're doing that, I think we'll get started. I'm going to take off here today with a little bit of the phthalo blue, using the large brush, and really work this color into the bristles. Just beat it into the bristles. And let's just make a happy little sky real quick. Most of this sky, I think, will probably disappear, so we'll just put a very simple, basic little sky up here and go from there and see what happens. Work this paint back and forth, making little crisscross patterns. There we go. Just a nice, quick, gentle little sky. Now, without cleaning the brush, I think I'll just go right into some Van Dyke brown. A little bit of burnt umber, just mix it on the brush, and some sap green. Maybe a tiny little bit of Prussian blue. Just very dark, nice colors. And let's just go right in here and begin dropping in some happy little trees and bushes, and let's just see what happens. Just let them flow off your brush. Look at there already. Already we got all those good things happening. Maybe there's a big one over here. Just drop them in. Okay, a little brown, sap green, touch of blue. Maybe there's a large one over here too. We'll just sort of close this one in. Push, you need to bend these bristles. we go. This is one reason you need a very, very strong easel. And if you've noticed the easel that I'm using here, it's made from a platform ladder that you can pick up at most any hardware store, or you can use any type of ladder. But it makes a very, very strong, dependable easel. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and just lay a little right in here and pop upward, just to put some dark color back in there. All we're doing is touching, pop up, just like so, just here and there. And now I'm going to take the fan brush, we'll load some brown and some umber mixed together here. There we are. And we'll just put a few little indications of some trunks back in here. Just some little background trees. Maybe some little indications here and there. There. Oops, there's one that's nice and crooked. Hate for them all to be straight. Maybe a fisherman kicked that one when he was just a little baby and he's got a little crook in him. There we go. Just here and there. Drop in a few of these little trunks. All right. Now we can take the 1-inch brush, add a little bit of magic white to it, and let's begin highlighting these. And I'll use a little bit of cad yellow, a little touch more of the magic white. Cad yellow and some sap green. Yellow and green mixed together. Mix it on the brush so you have a multitude of colors happening in the brush. Okay, now we can begin highlighting some of these. Just touch, let all those little leaves just come right off your brush. There. Okay, maybe a little on this little tree. And now I'm beginning to add just a tiny, tiny bit of ochre to it, yellow ochre, just to change the color a little bit. And at home you can do these in any color that you like, any color. It's really the technique that we're trying to teach here. These colors stand out very well on television, so we use colors that are quite bright. But you can use very subdued, quiet colors at home. Whatever makes you happy, because this is your world. Add a little touch of permanent red to it now, just to change the flavor. There we go. Okay, let's get a clean brush. A little bit more of the yellow and the sap green. Once again, mix it on the brush. And we'll go right in here and, oh, look at there. Nice little bush happening right there. All kinds of little things going on in the background. There we go. Now, I want to take this brown that I put on here. I want to take the large brush, grab a hold of it, and begin pulling down. And sort of let these little paintings just happen. And you noticed another thing here, we've put no color into the water. All we're going to use for color in the water is what we pull down. You don't have to go to a lot of trouble and put color in here. All you do is pull it down, just wipe across to give it a nice watery sheen. And it looks like water without doing a thing. Okay, let's take a little touch more of the Van Dyke brown. And this is mixed with a little bit of the ochre, and begin forming some little banks back in here. There. Just let these little banks happen. Now I'll take a little brown and white and the least little touch of blue in it. There we go. Maybe a touch more of the umber. Oh yeah, there. Now, lay a little highlight on here. Just a little, let it break. And a little touch over in here. There. Now, let's use the fan brush a little bit today. I'll use a little bit of the yellow and green that's laying down here, and we'll begin popping in all kind of little grassy areas. Just let them run right on back in to the deep woods here. Very soft, very quiet. There we go. Look at the depth in there already. And we really haven't done anything. We didn't paint any water. It just happened. We really haven't done a great deal. There. Okay, now I'm going to grab the bottom of these to clean them up and also to create reflections. Just pull across. And when you pull this across, try to keep these lines as straight as possible. This way. Don't want your water to run out of the pitcher. Now, a little bit of magic white, a little touch of brown into it to dull it. And we can begin adding some water lines in here. All kind of little things happening. We just sort of let this little body of water wander around the distance. We don't know where it's going back here. We really don't care. Just letting it have fun. There. Okay, let's take a little more of the white, magic white, a little yellow ochre, maybe a little touch of the permanent red into it. And let's put some highlights on this little tree. Ooh, those pretty. There we go. Just let them run right out of your brush. They hide in there. Sometimes you have to just push them out. But they're in there. Okay. Now, let's take a little more of the brown and ochre mixed together. Van Dyke brown and burnt umber. And begin making some more land masses right out through here. And maybe there's another one over here. I know. Just had an idea here. We'll do that one like that. And we'll make a nice little bank right here. I need a little place so I can go out here and set and fish and catch that big old bass that lives out here. There. Now we can add a little bit of highlight to that. Just right along the top here. So I want to make this look high. Then, strokes are very important. The angle of the strokes here. There we go. Knew you could do it. Now, a little bit of highlight on this over in here. Like so. And with a large brush, once again, we'll grab this and pull down. Straight down. And then just gently come across. Same thing over here. Just pull down. Okay, now, I'm going to firm this one up a little bit. He got a little weak on the end, so we'll just firm him up. A little touch of highlight on him. Let a little light play through there and strike him. A little water line. There we go. Now, you can, right there. Just bring it right on down. There. A little bit of highlight. Like so. Large brush, pull down. Just to create the illusion of water. In painting you work with a great deal of illusions. There. A little bit of the magic white, make us a water line. There we go. Now we'll take the fan brush, a little bit of yellow and ochre. Looks like there's a little permanent red in there. Just whatever happens to be laying around your palette. There we go. These pictures are designed as guides for you. With the ideas that we give you here, we hope that you'll just go absolutely wild with this and paint your own masterpieces, put your own dreams on canvas. Because painting should make you happy. Okay, let's take a little touch of the magic white, a little bit of yellow, and let's put a happy little bush that lives right here. There he is. Okay, and we just sort of bring this together back here. I want a little darker paint in there so it looks like it's going back into the woods. Okay, now, let's see what we're going to do over here on this other side. Maybe there's another little projection that comes right out here like this. Who knows? It's your world. You create your own visions here. And we need something for it to sit on. So there we are. What I did there was just picked up a little bit of the magic white. So I can put just a very small amount of highlight into that. Don't want a lot, just a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, now we'll take the large brush, grab the bottom of it again, and pull down. Always need these reflections. And come across. And let's put some little water lines underneath these. There we go. Now maybe out here on this little peninsula that we built, maybe there's an old tree lives out here. If you're going out here to fish, you need a nice tree to sit underneath. Keep the sun off your head. So we'll just run an old tree right up through here. Let's give him a other side here. There. Trees need two sides. Now we'll take just a tiny bit of the permanent red mixed with some umber, and let's put some highlight on here. Just touch, and pull the knife up. There we go. A little bit up in here, like so. And let's put a happy little limb out here. Maybe that limb goes out like that. There, and drops back into the painting. Who knows? Just drops right back in. There. A little bit of highlight on the limb. Okay. Now, a little bit of reflected light on the other side. I'm just going to use a little Prussian blue, just to create the illusion of a little reflected light. Like so. There. Now, when that one dries, you'll be able to feel the bark on him. Okay. Now, I need a lot of little limbs, and we don't have much time. So let me just shoot some in here. There we go. Just drop them in. There. Just put them in. Maybe there's a little one that comes right out here and lives right out through there. Now when you're doing this at home, use a liner brush with a little bit of thin oil. And let's try something a little different today. Maybe we'll put highlights or leaves on here just using the palette knife. And then we'll take a little bit of sap green mixed with some ochre. Just mix it till it's marbly. There. A little bit of paint on the knife, and we're just barely going to let it touch the canvas. Just barely touch. can drop some little brighter highlights on there so they stand out a little. Barely, barely, barely that touch. Just about touching the canvas with it. Maybe there's some right up in here. Okay. Now, let's bring some more stuff right down through here. Like that. Van Dyke brown again, a little bit of burn umber in it. And with a large brush, once again, we'll create a little reflection there. Come straight across. Now then, let's take our fan brush with a little bit of the sap green, yellow, little touch of permanent red here and there. Mix them all up together. Let's put some little grassy areas coming down through here. Now your color is going to begin picking up the brown underneath. It makes all kind of pretty little things happen. Just let it happen. Don't fight it. Maybe we'll take a little touch of highlight, just lay in here. And then we'll run grass around that highlight. Want to keep this part quite dark. Don't want it to get too bright on us. Something like so. Okay. We'll take the knife, make us a happy little water line, just flows along here. And all we're really looking for here is a light area to separate the water from the land. Just to create a separation in here. A few little sticks here and there. And that tree was so much fun, I want to do another one. Maybe right here. Maybe there's a big tree. Just let him fall right off your knife. Great big tree. There we go. A little bit of the permanent red mixed with a little burn umber. And we can drop some happy little highlights on this tree. Like so. And we need some limbs on him. So we'll stick one right about here. Let him go right on off the canvas somewhere. And maybe there's another one over here. Just like that. A little bit of highlight on him. There we go. There we go. A little bit of blue for the refracted light. There. Just a little, just a little. Now, back into the brown and just begin dulling it, working it together. Okay. Yeah, maybe here we'll make some brighter colored leaves on this one. Use some permanent red. And just indication that there's some leaves up in here. There. How's that? And maybe there's a little limb that comes right down through here. Just let these little limbs wander everywhere. They're really pretty. Maybe over in here. Okay. A little bit more of our color. Barely touch your canvas. Barely touch the canvas. Maybe a little bit of bright yellow here. Just to highlight, just a touch. Okay. Let's go right over here. And maybe we'll put just a small little one right here in the foreground. Just sort of wandering around, having a good time. Just a little tiny one. A little bit of highlight on him. There. And we'll put a couple of limbs on him. Just here and there. A few of them will show. Okay. That gives us some instant limbs. This time I'll use the brush. I'm going to take a little bit of the greenish color here. Let's see. Yellow with a little bit of sap green in it. A lot of paint on the brush. And then all I'm going to do is just touch, just to make some very loose little leaves hanging around here. Tiny little leaves. Okay. Like so. Maybe something growing right down at the bottom. Okay, a few little sticks here and there. This painting's getting close to being done. And I think it was a lot of fun. If you were painting along with us at home, I hope you have a happy heart by now and you're really beginning to stand back and admire what you've done. And oh, it's just fantastic what can be done. All you need to do is practice a little bit and take the basic technique that we give you here and use it. One little thing that sometimes is fun. Maybe we'll put some little things out here in the water. I'll start with using a little bit of yellow and a little bit of ochre right underneath it, just like so. And some Van Dyke brown all the way under the bottom of it. Then with a nice clean fan brush, very gently, just going to lift up. Just lift up. There we go. Just lift it up. Let all these little things happen. Just some little things floating around in the water. And let's take a little more of the magic white. Just put a little water line underneath here, like so. Just gives it a little something in the water to break it up a little. There. I think we're just about ready to call this one finished, so let me get a little bit of thin oil here. And we'll sign this one. And next week, we're going to be doing a black canvas. So you can pick up one at your local art store if you're preparing it yourself, paint it with a flat black acrylic, and allow it to dry. And next week, we'll do a fantastic picture. So until then, from all of us here, God bless and happy painting. Welcome back. Thought today we'd do a black canvas that has maybe a happy little waterfall and a bubbling little stream running down through it. Now I went ahead and prepared the canvas to save a little bit of time. If you're doing this at home, this is a black canvas that's painted with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry. Then I've taken and made a circle here of alizarin crimson. The top is Prussian blue, And the bottom half of the canvas I've covered with a layer of blue and Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown, and then just wiped it all together. So let's make some happy little clouds in the sky. I'm going to start with a fan brush and a little bit of titanium white, very small amount. And we'll begin building some happy little clouds here. Very little paint because it's going to pick up the color that's underneath and just make all kind of happy little things happen. There we go. Just let it bounce through the sky and play. See how it's picking up the blue? There. Okay, now maybe there's another little cloud right here. Just let these clouds just float around wherever you think there should be one. Okay, there we go. And just let them feather back. Okay, now with the large brush, I'm going to very gently blend the bottom of these clouds out. Okay, now we'll do this one. Just the bottom of the cloud. We don't want to touch the top yet. And then we'll fluff it up a little bit. And then just gently blend it. Super nice little way to make clouds. And we'll put a few more little clouds in here. Maybe there's one right here. Just floating around. Now, these black canvases are so much fun. We've done quite a few of them on this series because we've had so many requests for them. There we go. Just let him float around the sky. Blend it out, not touching the top of the cloud. Just little circles, little tiny circles. Fluff it up a little bit, then blend it out. Okay, and you do these clouds in layers. Do the one that's farthest away first and work toward yourself. Okay, a little bit more of the titanium white, and maybe there's a nice one here. Keep your brush moving. Keep it moving at all times. You don't want to end up with great big cotton balls up in the sky. There. There we go. And with a large brush, we'll just blend that out, not touching the top edge. And here it's beginning to touch the crimson. So we're getting a difference in values now, a difference in colors. Okay. Maybe one more little cloud. A little fluffy one right here. Okay. There we are. That gives us a nice little cloud. We'll blend the bottom of it out. Okay. Then blend it out. Super simple, nice little way to make clouds. And the black canvas works fantastic. Now I'll clean the brushes. Okay. There we go. Now let's make some little evergreens back in the distance here. And for that, I'll take some Van Dyke brown, and alizarin crimson, and a little touch of Prussian blue. We're looking for a color that looks black here, very, very dark. Load a lot of paint into the fan brush, just load it full. There. And we'll just make little indications of trees way back here in the distance. Touch the canvas and go downward. Just so we have silhouettes. There we go. This is a nice way to make a lot of little tree indications very rapidly. Save you a lot of time. Okay. And we could put a little detail here and there on some of them. Maybe they're a little larger. But mostly just looking for indications. Okay. Now, let this come right down the hill here. Just like so. Okay. Now maybe over here there's a nice one, bigger one. some little ones beside him. This is your world, so let your imagination go crazy. Whatever makes you happy, you put in your world. Okay, just about got a nice indication of a tree line back here now. There we go. Now maybe here and there, you want to put a little more detail in a few of these trees. And that'll indicate they're a little bit closer to you. Okay. And here I'm just putting a little color on. Okay, now let's start and make a little tiny waterfall that's far off in the distance. I've added a very, very slight amount of magic white to the paint, just to thin it a little bit. And maybe my waterfall will be here and we'll have a babbling little brook coming down. So let's start right about here. Go across and let it fall. Just across and down. Try to do that in one stroke so the lines come all the way down. And then we'll begin putting some little foamy things where it's hitting here. Let it begin working forward. There we go. Just all these happy little things happening in here. Okay. And once again, I have a very small amount of magic white mixed with my titanium white, just to make it a tiny bit thinner. There we go. You know, when you have a babbling little brook running down through here, a lot of times you have little tiny stones under the water where the water will hit and bounce and play. There we go. You might not see that stone, but he's there. Just create some interesting little things in here. And the water hits and plays and bounces around. Maybe there's another little stone right here. Look at that son of a gun. Isn't that fun? I sincerely hope you're painting along with us today, because this is a fun picture and it teaches you so many things. Oh, maybe there's another one right there. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back into my dark color here and put a few trees that are a little bit closer sitting down here on the hill. There we are. Okay. Now let's take a little bit of cad yellow and sap green mixed together. Maybe we'll put a tiny, tiny bit of ochre in it too, just to dull it down a little bit. There we go. And let's have some grassy little areas coming down through here. Just touch, push, make the fan brush bend upward. I want to create the illusion of a hill coming down. There we go. Don't let it get too bright on you. Kind of little grassy things happening. And maybe back here, maybe, I'll tell you what, let's put a nice cliff back here in front of this little waterfall. That'll push everything back quite a bit. Like so. There we are. And I'm going to take just the tiniest amount of burnt umber. Just put a little highlight up here. Just a tiny bit. And angles are very important when you're doing rocks. Watch the angles. There. Now that sort of pushes the waterfall back a little bit further. Creates a little more distance, a little more depth in the painting. Got some happy little things going right up the side here. And just let them fade right out to nothing. There we go. And maybe with a little bit of Van Dyke brown, we'll put a few little stones and some banks and stuff right along in here. Just wherever you want. And I'm going to highlight those with burnt umber, just a little bit. Okay, and then we'll go back to our little grassy color here and bring it all together. Okay. Now let's come over on this side of the canvas. And I'll use a 1-inch brush. I'll be a little bit faster. And we'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little crimson, tiny bit of blue, and we'll put some happy little things happening over here and begin closing this little waterfall in. There. Okay. Bend that brush. Really push it. Okay, now, use a little tiny bit of magic white on the 1-inch brush, and we'll go into some cad yellow and back to the sap green. A little bit of ochre added to it, just to dull it down. Don't want it to get too bright on us. See, I bet you never imagined you could paint a waterfall like this, and if you're painting along with us, you have a pretty good picture going already. There we go. Now, let's drop in another little bush right here. And I'll go back to the fan brush now and begin laying in some little grassy areas, just going right up the hill here. Make that brush bend upward. There. Now with a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, we'll put some little banks in here. There we go. Just let them protrude right out into the water. All right. We're beginning to have a waterfall here. Bubbling little stream. Aren't these black canvases fun, though? We have an absolute ball teaching you how to do these. Okay, a little tiny bit of the burnt umber, just to highlight a little. Okay. Now back to my fan brush, and we'll bring all this together. Let it get very dark back in here. There. Okay, now, bring this together, and we'll be ready to play some more here in the water. Okay. Alrighty, let's get the old fan brush here and finish up the stream, and then we can play a little bit. I think we have a few minutes here, and we can just have some fun. A little touch of the magic white, firm white, mixed together, and we can begin splashing water all up against the rocks and the stones and the banks here. Let it splash. Maybe once in a while it runs up on there a little bit. There we go. Here's another one of those little stones under the water. You knew it was there, didn't you? You just wanted to see if I'd remember and put it in. There. Look at all that action's happening in that water. That's what makes this so much fun. There he went again, right up the side. All the little actions in the water. Moving water is something we avoid so often, and it's so much fun. But it's like everything else. It takes a little bit of practice. And turn your fan brush from one side to the other. You'll find that one side bends better than the other one does. And you'll have to experiment. Every single fan brush in the world has its own personality. You have to make friends with that little rascal. I'll tell you what. Let's put a happy little stone right out here in the water. At least one. If we have time, maybe we'll put a couple more in. That was Van Dyke Brown, and now I go back to the umber. Put some little highlights on it. And we'll wrap some water right around that stone. Splash a little bit up here and there, and then, isn't that something? There. As I say, after all these years of painting, it still fascinates me that this works like this, and it works for people who've never painted. We see it every day in the classroom. Okay, let's take the knife now and just make a few little twigs and sticks here and there. All I'm doing is using a clean knife and scraping right through the paint. Makes it look like little twigs and little sticks. Okay, well, you feeling brave today? Let's do some crazies. I think we have time here. I'm gonna take some Van Dyke Brown on the knife. Get a lot of Van Dyke Brown. And maybe there's a great big tree that lives right here. Maybe this old tree, maybe he's tired and maybe he's dead. Let's do a dead tree. He's fixing to fall over and make a natural bridge right across this little stream. And the water will play around him and have fun and just have a good time. You know, probably, to me, one of the nicest sounds in the world is listening to a little stream as it bubbles along, plays and hits the rocks and the stones. In Alaska, I have a great deal of fun going out in the woods and just sitting next to a stream and listening to it. Okay, and let's take a tiny bit of permanent red and some burnt umber mixed together. And we'll lay a little bit of highlight on this tree, just enough to get it to stand out. There we go. Just here and there. Just where you think light will strike us. Okay. Now the other side, I'll use a little bit of Prussian blue, just to indicate a little reflected light. Just a little bit. And all we're doing here is touching the canvas and allowing it to pull the paint off the knife. It's like taking the bus and leaving the driving to us. Let the knife do the work. And this is just a little Van Dyke Brown. I'm just sort of bringing it all together now to give it a nice bark appearance. All I'm doing is touching and pulling the knife straight out. And let's take the fan brush and let's take a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. A little bit of umber mixed with it. Just mix it on the brush. And let's put a few If this is a dead tree, let's put a few limbs hanging here and there on it. Just touch and let the fan brush go. Just touch straight on. Maybe there's a big old limb hangs way out like that. Make him a little bit wider. Got to make him strong. There we go. And, oh, here's one right here. I see him. Maybe he sort of curls around. Like that. I think when I was a little boy, that's the size limb my mother used to get to punish me when I was bad. Whew. Actually, I was raised in Florida, and my mother used to use palmettos. And if she sees this, she's going to kill me for telling you. But she knows that she's my favorite lady in the whole world, so I think she'll forgive me. There. Just a few little limbs here. Maybe there's one we can't see. It's on up here on the tree. Can't see where it starts, but it just sort of hangs down here. Give him a little arm. Now, clean the brush. And I'll take a little bit of the permanent red and burnt umber mixed together. There we go. And we'll highlight the limbs a little. Just touch. And follow your limb right on down. Like so. This burnt umber is a beautiful color. There. Okay, just highlight it a little bit. Just enough so it stands out a little. Doesn't have to be real bright. Okay. Little touch over here. All right. Now, just take a little tiny bit of the yellow and green and put some little grassy things around his tree's foots, just to bring him into the painting a little better. Let him sit up here. And maybe we want to put a little tree on the other side too. Maybe there's just a tiny little tree way back here in the distance. There we go. Let's get brave. Maybe there's two trees. And we'll take a little bit of white and mix it with a little bit of umber. And just touch, just to give some little indications. Don't want to get too bright. There we go. And with the liner brush, let's open the oil here. Take a little bit of the thin oil, Van Dyke brown, and a little umber. Just mix it a little bit thin. We'll just put some little indications of limbs on here. Just here and there. Like so. Just here and there. Now I'm going to take a little of the magic white, a little yellow, a little tiny bit of ochre mixed with it. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. And we'll just drop a few little leaf indications on there. Just here and there. There we go. I think we got him there. Okay, maybe a stick or two right here in front of the tree. I think we've about got this rascal finished. So let me take a little bit of thin oil, a little permanent red, and we'll sign this almighty painting and call him done. Mix your paint till it's almost thin as water, then you can just write with it. There we are. Just let it go. Next week, if you're painting along with us, we'll be doing a white canvas. So have your canvas ready, your almighty easel set up, and we'll be waiting for you here. Until then, from all of us here, happy painting. Hello, here we are again, ready to go. Hope you have your easel set up and your almighty palette ready. We'll paint a fantastic little picture together. I'm going to have them quickly run across the screen here, all the colors that we have on the palette. So if you haven't caught those in one of the previous shows, you can pick up all the colors that we're using. I thought today we'd do a very quick, happy little waterfall. Last week, if you were with us, we did a waterfall that was way off in the distance. This time I think we'll do one that's a little bit closer. So I'm going to start today with a little tiny bit of phthalo blue, and I'll mix a little Van Dyke brown with it. And we'll just throw in a quick little sky here. Something about like so. And while I have the blue on the brush, I'll go right into a little bit of phthalo green, and we'll put some water in here. There we are. Just to give us some nice little water indications. Okay, now let's wash the brush real quick. We'll move right along. Okay, now I'm going to go into a tiny bit of alizarin crimson. Let's just warm this up a little. We'll put just a tiny bit of crimson right here. A little crimson. We don't want to set this sky on fire. Just want to give it a nice warm glow. A little bit into the water. There. Now let's bring all this together. Just using little crisscross strokes back and forth, sort of like you're making X's. Okay. Just very gently bring that together so it's nice and evenly blended. Okay. Let's take and let's put a little mountain in the background. I use a little bit of Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, a touch of crimson. And we'll have a little mountain that's way back in the distance back here. Something like so. Just a little small one. Now with the large brush, I'm just going to take and pull that down so it blends it out on the bottom. I just want this mountain to literally just disappear right at the bottom there. Okay, I'll take a little bit of white, and I'm going to put the least little amount of permanent red in it, just to put a little warm glow on the mountain. Tiny bit of permanent red. It's very, very strong. Okay, let's run a little highlight right down through here. Don't want these to be too bright. I want them to be far away. Very soft. Maybe there's a little highlight striking right in here. And right down this ridge. For the shadow side, we'll take a little Prussian blue and white. There we go. And just drop some happy little shadows in here. And we'll just let this one wander around and play here a little. Let your heart take you wherever you want to go. Maybe there's another little peak right there. Each highlight needs its own private shadow, so just give him a shadow so he stands apart. Okay, with a clean dry brush now, I'm just going to tap the bottom of this just to create some mist. Over here we'll follow these angles, then lift upward. I want this one to be very soft, very far away. Okay, now let's take a little bit of Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, a little tiny bit of sap green. We just mix it on the brush, put a little white with it. Let's make a happy little foothill that comes running down here. There he is. Just let him wander down here and have fun. All we're doing is tapping the canvas. Now you can take and lift gently upward to make it look like little trees, way back in the distance there. There we are. Now then, maybe let's do another one. That was a lot of fun. We'll take some blue and brown, sap green again. This one we want to be a little bit darker because it's closer. And we'll just have one run right down through here. It creates a lot of depth in your painting. And we can just take the bottom of it and pull down and create our reflections. Gently lift upward, make it look like little trees. There we are. Just make all kinds of little projections back here. Very gently, I'm going to just wipe across to turn it into reflections. Okay, we'll take a little bit of magic white and make a little water line here. This is just straight magic white. Remember our golden rule here, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So this is very thin, so it'll stick right on there. Okay, let's dull that one a little bit, too bright. And a little bit right out here. Now we could take a fan brush using the same dark colors, blue, brown, little sap green, and we could just drop a few little indications of trees back here. Maybe these are a little closer. Just like so. Don't want to get too much detail yet. Let's darken this one up. It's closer. Then, with just a little tiny bit of yellow on the brush here, I'm just going to put a little highlight so it looks like this is beginning to get close enough that we can see things. Just here and there. Very little. Okay, that gives us a nice background for a little waterfall. Now, let's take the large brush, put some Prussian blue on it, and a little Van Dyke brown. And here we need to figure out where the waterfall is going to be. You have to make almighty decisions when you're the creator. And let's just say it's right here. Pull straight down. All we're doing is applying some dark so our light color will show on top. And let's throw some down in here. Okay, clean the brush, and we'll be ready to go here. And we'll use the fan brush and take a little tiny bit of the magic white and add 2 firm white. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint, so I've thinned it just a little bit here. And we'll put some little ripples in the water. Just touch the canvas. Now, to make the waterfall, pull the brush straight and let it fall. That's all there is to it. Straight, fall. And it'll pay you to wipe the brush in between because you're going to pick up a little bit of that blue. Just pull it over, let it fall. why they call them waterfalls. Okay, let's go over here. Pull it over and let it fall. Over and it falls. Wipe some of that blue off the brush and over and fall. And that's how easy it is to make a little waterfall. Now, with a little more of the magic, a little more titanium white, we can begin letting it hit and splash and have all kinds of little fun things happen down here. Okay, now, we need to determine what's going to contain this water. So let's take Van Dyke brown, just straight Van Dyke brown. And we'll begin building some little cliffs and rocks. Something's got to contain this. Be sure your rocks are higher than the waterfall. One thing that you have to remember, water is probably the laziest thing in nature. It will not climb a rock just so it can fall and be pretty for you. It'd be nice if it would, but it won't do it. All right, let's just fill this in with a lot of Van Dyke brown. And over here, let's come right along like this. Let this big old stone just play there. A lot of paint. Just like so. Now, we want to make these stones look flat on top. So I'll take a little burnt umber, mix it with the Van Dyke brown, maybe just a little touch of yellow into it. There we go. Now, I want to try to make this look flat on top. So this, when it comes across, needs to be like so, to keep it flat. Across here. Just let it go. Van Dyke, burnt umber, yellow. Let's have this one just sort of come around. There. Okay. Now, angles. Most important thing here. Bring these angles down. A little bit of light color, just a tiny, tiny bit. Probably the biggest mistake made putting too much highlight under here, and you lose that beautiful darkness. Just enough to create a little illusion of rocks here. Okay, a little tiny bit over here, and you can do this like so every once in a while, just to break it up a little. Angles, so most important. Now let's play with the water a little. Maybe it comes up in here and splashes and has fun. A little more of the magic white. Be sure your paint's a little bit thinner than what's on the canvas already. I'm having so much fun with rocks. I think I'll build another little happy stone that comes right out through here. Just using the Van Dyke brown. And a little bit of our highlight color. And just let that work and play. A little pull downward. Okay, let's take a little bit of the water over here. And I'm going crazy with stones today. Let's just bring something down like that. Maybe there's a big stone right here in the front. Remember, this is your world, so anywhere you want a stone, that's where it should be. There we go. We just fill all that in. Creates a lot of depth by having all these different planes in the painting. And let's put a little bit of highlight out here on this happy little stone. Just let that knife barely touch. Barely touch. Almost touches the canvas. And we can just begin creating all kinds of almighty stones and rocks. Okay, now let's build some happy little things here. Use some Van Dyke brown, some burnt umber mixed together. A little bit of sap green in it. And let's just put right over here, just a happy little tree sitting up here on this rock. Like that. Maybe over here. Oh, there's an almighty tree. That's where these big brushes really work beautiful, so you know, make big things. And you have to make decisions here. Where does it go? Where does the bottom of this tree? Let's just let it run right on down here and we'll decide that later. Okay. Let's put a few little limb indications back here. Just here and there. Like that. And we'll highlight it with a little brown and white. At least a little touch of blue. Just to put a little highlight on there. Okay, now we'll take some magic white to thin the paint a little bit. We'll go into a little bit of yellow, a little bit of sap green. Yellow and sap green. A lot of paint on the bristles. And let's put some happy little leaves back in here. Just let these little leaves just fall off your brush. All kinds of little things happening. And go out sometime in the woods and study trees. Talk to trees, whatever it takes. A tree needs to be your friend if you're going to paint him. Probably out in your yard you have some beautiful trees that you can look at. Study what happens in the tree. What makes each one an individual. Study nature. I really have some hang-ups about nature being destroyed. I would like to see nature remain the way it is. I would like for my son, his grandchildren maybe, when he goes back to Alaska, to be able to see a real moose, not just pictures of one. So appreciate what we have. Let's put a big old tree trunk right up through here. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. There we go. Okay, just fill that in real nice. And maybe there's a limb that just travels right up through this way. Your tree, so you put limbs where you want them. Okay, let's take a little bit of the titanium white with just a touch of umber in it, burnt umber. And let's just put some bark on like this today. Touch it, pull it to the side. There. Let it run right on up the tree. Okay. Now, back to the magic white. A little magic white, some yellow. And I want a darker color on this tree. So I'm going to use a lot of sap green on it. A lot of sap green. I want him to be darker than the one that's behind him. And we can throw some happy little leaves right out here. By being darker, they stand apart a little better. There we go. Yeah, let's make a happy little bush right out in here. Let's put some little brighter colors on him, so he stands out and shines. And on down here at the bottom, there's all kind of little things growing out here on the stone. Okay, maybe this one right here and covers up half the tree's foots. This is a very nice little painting. It's a lot of fun to do, and it'll teach you a great deal. It's a good practice painting. It's also good for putting a happy buck in your pocket once in a while. There, maybe a little grassy thing over in there somewhere. And you can also use the fan brush if you'd like. And just bring all this together very gently. Maybe right out here, there's a little weed that grows almost on the other side. Okay. Now, with a palette knife, just a clean knife, scrape a few little trunks and limbs in here. One of the important things when you're doing this is don't kill all this dark area. You really need it, otherwise your painting will become very flat. You need the dark. It's the only way you can have light. Okay. Let's go over here to the other side. I think that tree needs a little trunk. Just touch, touch, touch Van Dyke brown. A little bit of highlight on it. This is brown and white. Just enough to give it some little indications. Okay. Now let's highlight that tree. A little magic white, a little yellow and sap green. There we are. And let's just put some pretty little leaves out here on this one. Okay. And down here at the tree's bottom, let's put a nice little bush right here. This is yellow ochre. Beautiful color. Maybe there's a little bush trying to live down here on this stone. Life can get rough down there. Okay. A few little sticks and twigs here and there. But you're beginning to see now how really very simple it is to do a happy little waterfall. It's no big secret. It's quite easy to do. I'm just throwing a few little sticks here and there. Okay, now we can take the fan brush, a little bit of magic white on it, a little bit of firm white. And now we can begin bringing the water all up through here. Just touch, bend the brush so it bends upward. And phew, once again, phew, it makes it look like water's dripping down, but you pull it upward. And do it in a real fast little motion. Water's just going right on out, a little bubbly stream out from here. Okay. Now another thing that you can do, just to make it look a little more finished, anytime you have these big cliffs with little things growing on it, you always have a lot of little roots that hang over. Just take your fan brush with a little tiny bit of color on it and pull, like so. Just pull it. It makes it look like little roots hanging over. Isn't that something? There. Just here and there. Now, dry the fan brush off. Maybe we'll take the liner brush, a little Van Dyke brown, and we'll put a couple little stems and stuff up through here. Maybe there's a little limb that comes right up through here like so. This is just a thin oil. Just about any type of oil will work. Just thins the paint down a little bit. You may thin it with paint thinner if you desire. Be careful because paint thinner will bleed, like ink on rice paper. Be very careful with that. The oil is slick, it moves much easier. coming right across the front. When you're doing little trees and stuff, one thing to avoid, don't have a trunk and then limbs coming just off each side, because some of the limbs are in front of the trunk, some are in the back. So have them come across. There we go. That just gives us a little something right there. A few little sticks and twigs, just little finishing touches. And I think I'm beginning to piddle right now. So I'm going to take a little bit of the oil, a little permanent red. I think it's time we signed this one and called it finished. Okay, work your oil in there till your paint gets just like water, and turn the brush to bring it back to a nice sharp point. Okay, let's go right along in here. And when you have this oil very thin like this, it's just about like writing with a pen. Another way you can sign your name is just take the back of your liner brush and you can scrape right through the paint. Your signature will be there. Okay. I think we just about have a finished painting here. Now this is a very, very fun little painting to do. It teaches you a great deal, and I hope it helps you. If you've enjoyed this, let your PBS station know. That's the only way we know what you like. Let us hear from you once in a while. So on behalf of all of us here at this station, we'd like to wish you happy painting, and we're looking forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, have a super day. Hello, welcome back again. This being the final show, normally we devote it to a question and answer period, but we've had so many cards and letters requesting that we paint the little picture that you see on the introduction that I thought we'd go ahead and do that today. I think most of the questions in the problem areas we went over somewhere during the series. If you have some questions that we haven't answered, drop me a line in care of this station and I'll be glad to try to answer them for you. Okay, let's paint the one that you always see at the beginning of the show. I'm going to start with a little bit of phthalo blue, tiny bit of Van Dyke brown mixed with it. Okay, and we'll just start right up in here, just making little crisscross patterns. This is a fun little picture. I think you'll really enjoy it. Just let it work downward here. Okay. Now, while we have the brush dirty, I'm going to add a little bit of phthalo green to it, just a small amount. And we'll throw in some water. Okay. Just like so. Now, clean the brush, and we'll go back and blend all this together. Start in the light area and work upward into the darker areas. And just smooth this out. This particular painting that you've been watching has a lot of almighty clouds in it. They're a lot of fun to do. So I'm going to go right into the Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, a little touch of crimson. Blue, brown, crimson. And we'll just take and just lay an almighty cloud right in here. Just let it work around and play and have fun. Now this may not be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show because it's virtually impossible to create an exact duplicate, but I'll try to show you all the steps in it so you know how it was done and you can do your own at home. All right, that gives us some nice cloud shapes. Clean the brush again. This is a nice one because I get to clean the brush a lot. Okay, with the fan brush, titanium white, and a tiny little bit of the permanent red in it, just to give it a little warmish glow. A lot of paint in the brush. Now let's just go right above the dark and lay in some highlights. There we are. While I'm doing that, one question I will answer. We've got a lot of cards from the last show. My son was on that show, on the last one, and he read the questions to me. So I'll tell you just a little bit about him. He's just about 18 years old, 6'4". He's a black belt in karate. It's bad when you have to ask permission to spank him. But he couldn't be with us this time. He's getting ready to set up a class. He travels with me and teaches this fantastic method. So maybe if we come to your town and demonstrate or teach, you'll get to meet him. And I hope you enjoy him as much as I do. There. Okay, just outline the clouds. Now, very quickly with a large brush, just blend the bottom out, leaving the tops unaffected. Don't touch them. There. Just the bottoms. And don't overwork these things. They're very, very easy to overwork. There. Now, very gently we lift it up, just sort of fluff it. And don't worry if you pull some of these little stringy things up in the sky, they'll go away. Clean, dry brush, just gently blend it. Very gently. You almost let a hair touch the canvas. There we go. Okay. Now, we had a ridge of mountains in that painting. And this is probably the most complicated and hardest mountain to do. And it looks the easiest. That's what tricks you. Blue, brown, a little touch of crimson. And we'll just very quickly throw in the basic shape. Very, very little paint here. Very little paint. And really push it into the canvas. Okay, now with a large brush, I'm just going to take and pull that down. Just to take off all that excess loose paint. And to blend the color out on the canvas. There we are. Now we'll take a little bit of the titanium white, pull it out very flat. Tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of paint. And just begin thinking where you think light will strike this. Almost no paint on the knife. Very, very little. Just where you think the light will strike. There we are. Maybe a little bit over in here. Now for the shadow, I'll use a little bit of blue and brown and white. There we go, just to make sort of a bluish gray color. And then we could lay some of that in. Just here and there. Once again, very little paint. There we are. And we just sort of bring all this together. Let all these little things start happening in here. And when you're doing this at home, you can put all kinds of little details in here. They sort of get upset if I go over 30 minutes here and yell at me a lot, so just want to give you a brief idea of how this was done. Okay. Now, maybe there's a little something that plays right along in here. Just like so. And you can put these little peaks and stuff wherever you want them. There's one. These are very quiet, soft little mountains, far, far in the distance. Okay. Maybe a little shadow right in here somewhere. Now, with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to just tap the bottom here and diffuse it. Don't want to destroy it, just diffuse it. And just like in all the other mountains we've done, always follow your angles. And then lift upward, still following the angles. Most important that you follow those angles. and just bring all this together. And that gives us a nice little ridge of mountains back here. Okay, let's come forward, and I'll use the same colors. That was Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of alizarin crimson, and let's take and put an almighty mountain right up in here. Just let it go. Push that paint into the canvas. Get strong with it. Really push it in. I want this one to be darker because it's closer to us. So I use a little bit more paint. And then pull it. Just to get that excess paint off there. All right. Okay. Now, clean up the brush. Now a little bit more of the titanium white. And we can lay some little highlights right along here. Just let it flow with the mountain. Follow the angles in your mountain. There. Let it go. And this is a very, very delicate touch. Very delicate touch. Okay, a little snow laying right along there. And for the shadow color, we'll take some Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, and make us up a shadow color. We want this shadow color to be lighter in value than the base coat that we've put on, so that it stands out. And we can just lay in some happy little shadows here and there. Just let them roll off your knife. All right. Okay. Now, once again, with a clean, dry brush, we'll diffuse the bottom. There we are. Lift upward to create the misty effect. And we're ready to move right along now. Now take just a little bit of the Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, and sap green in about equal parts. Blue, brown, and green. There we are. That'll be our base color for our trees and stuff. And let's take the fan brush loaded full of paint, and we can begin laying in just little indications here. There we go. Just keep the brush moving. Just keep them moving. There. Okay. And we'll make a little foothill right through here. Just drop these in. And wherever you think they should be, that's where they should be. There's one. And it's funny how you can do this, and it looks like just hundreds of little trees back here. And it's so simple. There. And if you want to make it look like they're getting farther and farther away, overall let them get a little bit smaller. And we can begin putting in some ground area underneath them, just like so. Now, we had a few of them that was a little bit closer, a little more detail in them. That looks like a good one to bring a little closer, so we'll just take it, give him some little branches. Just back and forth with a fan brush, making it bend downward. Maybe you can put one right there. There we go. and it helps create the illusion of distance in the painting. With the large brush, grab the bottom of this and begin pulling downward. Down, 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 down. And this is where you make your reflections and have a general idea of where your shoreline is going to be. Come across. Okay, we'll take a little bit of magic white now with a touch of Van Dyke brown in it. Just mix it up good, and we can begin laying a little waterline in here. Keep these lines basically straight so your water doesn't run out of the painting. Nothing's worse than having a wet floor because the water ran out of your painting. All right, now I want to make a separate little projection right out here. So all I do is take a little dark, just bring it right on out like that. See how easy that is? Grab a hold of it, pull a little bit down so we have some reflections for that part. Cross. Back to our magic white. And we can throw a happy little water line right in there. And maybe there's a couple little ripples on the water here and there. There we go. Now let's take a little of the magic, a little yellow, and some sap green. Mix a lot on your brush. And we can put a few little highlights in here. Just touch. Let it follow right down the angle that you have. Darker, darker, darker as it comes around the hill. You want the top to be the brightest and gets darker as it comes around, so it makes it look round. This way. Maybe there's a little back in here. There we go. Okay. Now we can begin putting in some trees and stuff. Let's have a nice tree right here. I think I'll just continue to use a fan brush today, since I've already got it dirty. Just lay it in. There we are. These little trees live right there in your fan brush. You just got to outsmart them, push them out. Maybe there's one right there. Back and forth with the fan brush. I use the same corner of the brush all the way through the tree. Just add more pressure as we work downward. Okay, don't want this one to get lonely. We'll give him a friend. There we are. And I think we had a large one on the other side. So let's come right over in here, and we'll do an almighty tree right along here. There we go. There. A lot of paint on the brush. Just let it work off your brush and flow right on down. Okay, that brush is getting too slow. Let's get an almighty brush here. I'll use the large one and just go right through this same color. And let's just pop us in some little bushes and trees and stuff. Just like so. And while we have paint on the brush, just reverse it and drop some right into the water. That'll end up being our reflections. Okay, a little more paint. And we'll let this one just wander right on down the canvas. Like so. Okay, clean the brush up. Give it a good wrap. Now, let's put some trunks in those trees. I'll use some burnt umber, a little touch of white in it. And let's go right up here and let's put a happy little trunk here and there. Just touch here and there. Okay, we'll scratch a few little limbs and bushes. Okay, let's have a little sap green and yellow mixed on the fan brush. And let's highlight these trees just a little bit. Now, if your light's coming from the right, you want the right side of the tree to be a little brighter than the left. Okay. Don't kill all that beautiful dark color. Leave that dark in there. Otherwise, it'll be flat. You want dimension, depth in these paintings. Okay, let's go over to this old big one over here and give him some nice little shiny highlights. There we are. Clean up the fan brush. Now, the clean brush, we'll just pull these reflections down. Choop, choop, choop. Drop them in the water. Go across. And we'll use a 1-inch brush, a little bit of the yellow, and sap green mixed. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Push those pretty little leaves right off the brush. Okay. There's another one right there. Now, if you want to reflect him into the water, that's all you got to do. Just drop him in. Maybe another nice one right out in here, like so. Now, let's go over on the other side of the canvas. And let's put a happy little bush right there. There we are. Oh, yeah, just a touch more of the thin paint, just so it sticks a little easier. And we'll put a little bush right in here. Oh, there's a nice one. Just let them fall right off your brush. Okay, now with the fan brush, we'll use a little of the magic white, a little yellow, and a little sap green. Maybe we'll even throw a little ochre in there just to break it up a little. And we can put some nice little grassy areas in here. Just little soft things happening. Maybe we need a little stone, some dirt showing through. So we'll just take some Van Dyke brown, let it break and play through there. And we'll highlight it with some brown, white, and blue. Very little blue, though. That blue is strong. Just enough to give us a little bit of color. And then bring it together. Just bring it all together. Okay, now, same thing over here. Let's just bring them together. Okay, let's take and put some little reflections into the water. Now, with a clean, dry brush and the lightest touch imaginable, pull straight down and very, very gently go across to make those nice mirrored reflections. And we can take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, put us a bank over here on this side. Little touch of highlight here and there. Just here and there. Now with the fan brush, we can bring all that back together. It's coming along quite well. A little bit of magic white to make us a waterline underneath here. Once again, if there's something that you want to see in future series, please drop us a line. Let us know what you want. And we'll certainly try to come up with it. If it's not within my knowledge to do it, we'll go see if we can find somebody that can. Okay, we'll just scratch a few little trunks here and there. like so. And one or two over here and there. Now, with the liner brush, and a little bit of the brown, a little bit of oil on the brush. There we go. Let's just throw a quick little happy tree right there. Just an old stillness laying there. I think we had one in the painting that you see in the opening. There we are. Something like that. All right. I think we're about ready for a signature on this one. A little bit of the thin oil. Permanent red. Bring the brush to a nice sharp point with very thin paint. And let's just go right up in here and put a happy little signature in here. There. Once again, it's very nice to have a short name. It only takes a second to sign these paintings. And I think we'll call that painting finished. And I'd like to take a few minutes of your time, if I may, and tell you how very much we appreciate you allowing us into your home. We hope you've enjoyed this series. And something that you never see that I'd like to take a minute, I'd like to thank all the fantastic people here at this TV station that have made this possible. You don't see all the people that are behind the cameras that work very hard to bring you a quality production show. And they too deserve credit. So, right here and publicly now, I would like to tell each and every one of them from the bottom of my heart that I thank them for everything they've done for us. And I thank you, more than anyone, for enjoying and watching our show. We sincerely hope that we teach you something here. And once again, let us hear from you. Let us know what you want to see. And on behalf of all of us here, we really hope to see you again in the very near future. We wish you the absolute best that life has to offer. Once again, have a super day. God bless. We look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye.